After dragging her suitcase into the mansion, Natasha examined everything inside and abruptly said, "You guys are together." He wasn't planning to hide anything and nodded. "Yes. A lot happened while you were in Moscow." I didn't see it coming." Natasha glanced at Jiang Chen with a surprised look on her face and then said with a playful expression, "I thought you were keeping it ambiguous." "What do you mean by keeping it ambiguous?" Jiang Chen gave her a dirty look. "How did you figure it out?" "I am still a former KGB agent." Natasha shrugged. Suddenly, she pulled her face closer to Jiang Chen, and with a mischievous grin, she said, "Not to mention, I'm still a woman." "I see, I almost forgot." Jiang Chen's sudden realization look made Natasha give him a dirty look. Although she went back to Russia for some time, Jiang Chen left her room for her. Aisha also occasionally cleaned it for her. After helping her carry her suitcase into the room, Jiang Chen did not bother with her anymore and went to Ange Island Industrial Park. This morning, Yang Guanglei, the CEO of Future Heavy Industries, sent a short message to him through the office software of Future Group. The first Stingray X-1 machine produced by Ange Island Industrial Park had completed its initial tests. If all things went smoothly, during the United Nations Summit on Outer Space 5 days later, it would be sent into orbit by the space elevator together with 60 passengers. These passengers would be participating in the first passenger ride. A professionally trained astronaut would pilot the spacecraft. A transport module would be prepared with 5 kilometers of deuterium and several tons of foods to complete the round-trip flight between the giant celestial city and the moon colony. Although 80% of the parts were completed by industrial-grade 3D printers, it marked the astonishing ability of Ange Island Industrial Park's capability to produce 22nd-century equipment. To finally achieve this point, Jiang Chen spent 2 full years. Although the first round of negotiation with celestial trade was unsuccessful, Yi Qinghua was not discouraged. In a sense, he expected this. If they didn't make any unreasonable offers at the beginning, would it really be considered negotiations? If such a big project could reach an agreement on its first meeting, he would be suspicious of Jiang Chen setting him up. However, Jiang Chen's tough stance on the track leasing contract was to the surprise of Elder Yi and Hua's top authority. With the current space market activities, there was no demand for 12 tracks. Celestial Trade shouldn't have rejected this proposal. It seems that we still underestimated the market prospects of space resource development and Jiang Chen's ambition. Future Group is an expert in this area, so they should be able to see farther in this respect. After scolding his granddaughter, Elder Yi also gave her a small break. To test Jiang Chen's bottom line at the negotiations table and his stake in the opponent's heart, her task was complete. Although for herself, she would have to return empty-handed. Although using the younger generation made Elder Yi feel a little guilty, but in front of national interests, the interests of the family could always be sacrificed. When he returned, he planned to talk with Yi Xianrong, Yunfei's dad, about the marriage and stop making it difficult for his own daughter. Although Jiang Chen continued on his upward trend, he was nothing to the giant Yi family. Since Yunfei didn't like him, he would just call everything off. It would also be her compensation. When people grow old, they always have a soft side for the younger generation. Shaking his head, Elder Yi set his granddaughter's matter aside and looked at the photo on the table. It was a photo photographed by his bodyguard at the airport. The Russian woman carrying a suitcase in the photo was Natasha, who Jiang Chen had previously picked up from the airport. The former senior KGB agent. She was active at the Russian-Ukrainian border before meeting Jiang Chen there and retiring. Her personal resume shows that she has participated in the Georgia War, the Crimean Crisis, and other significant international events. How is she in contact with Jiang Chen? Elder Yi frowned, puzzled. Jiang Chen possessed a special intelligence force, which had long been public knowledge in the intelligence organizations of various countries. He shouldn't be unaware that the Russian beauty who lived in his home had served the Russian intelligence agency. Are the rumors true then, Elder Yi touched his chin and was lost in thought. According to the intelligence analyzed in the General Staff Department, Jiang Chen's private life was far from being as low-key as the internet generally perceives. Not only has he been in an affair with a domestic celebrity, but the rumors also said that his female bodyguard has another identity, his mistress. Moreover, a rumor that has been circulating states that as early as Jiang Chen was still in Wanghai, he maintained an ambiguous relationship with Xia Xiyu. Not only that, there seemed to be another mistress in the mansion he bought in Yodo that has yet to graduate from university. If he really likes women, this is good news for us. A shrewd light shone from Elder Ye's eyes. Although neither he nor the people above him had ever imagined that he would return to Hua, they didn't mind establishing a few bonds to maintain a close relationship. Marriage is a good choice. Whether it is for the country or for the Yi family. With the thought in his mind, his sad granddaughter's face who just been reprimanded emerged in Yi Qinghua's mind. Although Yi Yunfei may have left a bad impression at the negotiation table, there was no deep hatred between the two. It was better to have an impression than to have no impression at all. If he could use some means to get them together. With this idea in mind, Elder Ye's cloudy eyes gradually became clearer. Even though the daughter of his second son was no goddess, he was confident in her beauty and believed that she was still stunning. Not only was she beautiful, but she also received excellent aristocratic education. Whether looking at her individual talents of poetry and painting or her educational background as a graduate from Harvard, she was far from being an ordinary woman. Although there is a bit of arrogance in her bones, with so many positive traits, this shortcoming could be easily ignored. As for Jiang Chen's private life, he did not care at all. Even if Jiang Chen wished to constitutionally restore polygamy in his small kingdom, or even if Jiang Chen wasn't emotionally committed to this marriage, he could care less. In front of national interests, so-called personal feelings were never important. The strength demonstrated by future group and celestial trade was also enough to allow the Yi family to lay down its traditional stance and sacrifice the personal happiness of a certain family member. It's just, poor Yunfei. Elder Yi sighed. After deliberated for a moment, he reached for the phone and called his second son, the provincial government secretary, Yi Xianrong. He would have to discuss this with the top authority, but he must first talk to her father. Regardless of the success of this marriage, he must persuade Yunfei first. Forcing her to put down the prejudices in her heart and getting close with a man she didn't love at all would be hard for her. However, Elder Yi knew that she would understand his and her father's difficult decision. Achoo! Jiang Chen suddenly let out a sneeze while bathing in the sea breeze. Aisha grabbed the coat beside her and draped it on his shoulders. Holding on to Aisha's hand, Jiang Chen turned his head and smiled. It's okay. You know I won't catch a cold. After being injected with the genetic vaccine, his immunity was even enough to ignore the X1 bacterial infection, and he hadn't experienced the feeling of having a fever for a long time. But, you were sneezing. It is better to be careful, Aisha whispered. Perhaps someone is thinking about me. Jiang Chen shrugged with a smile and tightened the coat around him. How is the situation in Europe? We helped the Russians ship weapons into Frankfurt. The Russians are still negotiating with the insurgents in regards to the budget. Our people are still tracking the whereabouts of the new high-ranking Freemasonry members in Carmen, but they have kept their trail very secure. Even with the help of the KGB, our progress is quite slow, Aisha said with some regrets. Jiang Chen reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, smiling. No need to become frustrated about this, we have a lot of time to do this. The wealthier one was, the more fearful of death, and the same applied for Jiang Chen too. Since being attacked by a mental psychic on his way home, it was not that he didn't experience another security threat, but ghost agents solved all the troubles without him knowing. What presented to him, in the end, was usually just a paper report. The remaining Curofune, the Freemasonry, business rivals. Too many people wanted him died. The same was true for Carmen Rothschild. The enemy of the Freemasonry was not just Future Group, so he must be careful. Speaking of the situation in Russia, how are they negotiating with the insurgents? Jiang Chen asked. A native Frankfurt chocolate maker is responsible for negotiating with the insurgents. He nominally provides support for Frankfurt in separating from the extreme beliefs of the righteous behavior, but in fact, the source of funding comes from a hidden account in Gazprom. Is there any evidence? Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. Aisha nodded. Monica Geller listened to their calls. Although they used a lot of codes, our detection technologies can decipher the meaning of the codes. Monica Geller, the name Jiang Chen heard from Aisha before, is one of the main agents of the ghost agents active in Western Europe. The agent is codenamed Guinevere, a queen from the legend of ancient England. After listening to Aisha's reply, a satisfied smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He rubbed her hair as it fluttered in the wind. Although Xian and Russia were allies in many aspects, it was not enough of a reason for Jiang Chen to have no reservations. Even as an ally, he must keep his distance. Controlling the evidence of the collusion between the Frankfurt insurgents and the Russian intelligence services does not mean that Jiang Chen must use it in the future, but when necessary, it could play an important role. Seeing the smile on Jiang Chen's face, Aisha smiled happily and gently rubbed her face against his big hand. She always enjoys this warmth and enjoys the smile on the face of her beloved. Especially when she knows that this smile is because of her work, the happiness from her heart gives her even more motivation. After Jiang Chen inspected the high-tech industrial park, he returned from Ange Island to Koro Island. Although the undersea tunnel was now open to traffic, occasionally he would choose a yacht as his means of transportation. One was to enjoy the refreshing breeze, and the other was to stop the yacht anytime when they encountered fish. He could then do some fishing along the way, primarily motivated by the fact that the fish purchased from the market was different from the fish he would personally catch. Stepping onto Koro Island, Jiang Chen received a call on the way back to the mansion. It was an unknown number. Hello. The phone was silent for a while before he heard a stiff female voice. Hello, I'm Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei. Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he recalled this name from his memory. He suddenly remembered the name. It seemed to be the granddaughter behind Yi Qinghua who he had met a few days ago. But what did she call me for? Is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Chen asked politely. Because Jiang Chen paused for 2 or 3 seconds, Yi Yunfei instantly knew that Jiang Chen forgot her name. Her teeth ground together. But when she thought of what her father and grandfather said to her, humiliation quickly appeared and faded between her eyebrows. In the end, she took a deep breath and suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart. She then spoke in a calm voice. Do you have time to talk? I want to invite you for a meal. Last time, I was too abrupt. I want to apologize to you. Oh, that. Don't worry, I didn't mind. If you want to have a meal, let's try another day. I don't have time now. Yi Yunfei was stunned. No time. She had seen too many men who coveted her beauty, driving luxury cars and gifting her with flowers at her residence, making hearts out of candles, singing a love song while playing the guitar, trying all kinds of things to pursue her. I invited him too, and he actually, seeing there was no voice from the other side, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, thinking that she had hung up, so he hung up too. Yi Yunfei was just about to say something, but when she heard the busy tone, she was completely dumbfounded. You actually hung up on me? Anger instantly filled her brain, she gritted her teeth, and slammed her phone into the pillow. Humph. This is infuriating. Even the real estate bosses back at home with companies worth tens of billions of dollars all treated her with respect. She never had been treated like this, it was no wonder she was furious. Yi Yunfei would never understand that the people pursuing her all didn't purely pursue her, but instead pursued the Jiangnan Yi family behind her. Without this background, would those people still pursue her? Beautiful. Talented? Too many people possess those traits. Even her father's mistresses could all pull out diplomas from one or two prestigious university diplomas or some unknown international certifications. The market value of Future Group in the public eye was lower than that of Apple, but that was because Future Group remained a private company and didn't need to seek lending from banks. Anyone with in-depth contact with Future Technology had no doubts about Future Group's insane profitability. In the eyes of most ordinary people, Future Group was just an ordinary multinational group. Just like most ordinary people, they remained unclear about whether Future Group and celestial trade were controlled by one person or not. Most believed that Xi'an with an election system was in democratic country and believed President Jiang was in office because of his ability. Yi Yunfei was a member of the younger generation of the Yi family. She had never even touched the core of her family's powers. She just went abroad for a few years and was somewhat arrogant. Of course she didn't understand all this. Naturally, she just treated Jiang Chen as the boss of a multinational group and a businessman with a lot of money. If he just had money, he wouldn't even enter the sight of her family. Although she understood the difficult decision of her father and grandfather and decided to endure the grievances in her heart and contact Jiang Chen, she did not figure out the most crucial point. Unlike the domestic CEOs, unlike the overseas businessmen eager to squeeze into the huge domestic market. Even her background, the Yi family, was nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. The powerful politician in the Lu manor spoke politely to him. What is Yi family to him? To put it bluntly, this is a kind of princess syndrome. And a serious case too. In a lounge on New Moon Island, next to the training ground, soldiers who had just completed their live-fire shooting training were taking a shower and grabbing their clothes from their compartments. When they finished, everyone suddenly noticed that a poster. On the poster, there was a massive spaceship. Beside the spaceship, there was an armed soldier equipped with heavy armor. The background was Mars. Zhang Feng didn't know if it was Mars or not. Anyway, looking at the surface of the bare planet, it certainly didn't resemble Earth. Space Defense Force? What is this? He tore off the propaganda poster and used the towel on his shoulder to dry his wet hair. He then sat down on the bench to carefully examine the small characters on the poster. Maybe, this is the movie that was just released. The Mexican machine gunner on his team came to his side and inched his face closer. How did they post this? This is a military restricted zone. Use your brain and think about it, Jack. A big hand slapped on the Mexican's shoulder. The rifleman Lu Duntao grinned. Since this is a military restricted zone, it is our people that posted this. The was posted by me, but of course, it was the order from the above. A man in a military uniform walked into the lounge and took the hat that was left on the bench. You better consider it seriously, it's a good opportunity. After that, the officer from the logistics department left. Several soldiers took some time to process the information before looking at each other in bewilderment. I heard that Celestial Trade is working on an interstellar colonization plan. I thought they were joking. *T, it seems that they are serious. We have the opportunity to change from the Marine Corps to Interstellar Corps. Going to outer space to combat. It's so cool. Very good. Compared to fighting against humans, I would much rather fight aliens, even though we don't know if they exist. *T, you plan to be a deserter. I can't just let this go. Zhang Feng ignored his comrades' chattering and bantering. He carefully read the words on the poster. To be honest, he was not very interested. After all, he was already a captain in the Marine Corps and led a team of 6 soldiers. No one knew the nature of this newly established force, and it was uncertainty if the concept of space defense would really be taken seriously. After returning to his dormitory, his roommate, who just came back from a mission, saw the poster he had placed on the table. I heard that it's a new force established by the headquarters. The salary is very high and the retirement benefit is also good. I have already registered, the Orbital Airborne Unit. What about you? Me? Zhang Feng shook his head. I am going to consider it again. The base salary was 12,000 XND for a regular soldier. Those with military ranks and command experience would be promoted first. With his rank and resume, the transfer shouldn't be a problem and he'd probably be promoted immediately. The monthly salary of 20,000 XND was almost twice his current salary. However, the selection requirements were extremely strict. In addition to physical examination, genetic sequencing was also required. In contrast, the physical requirements of applicants were relatively low. According to the description on the poster, even if you are weak, our training from hell will make you a real man. Should I register? Zhang Feng shook his head, took a form from his drawer, and pulled out a pen. Might as well try, since I may not be selected anyway. With the thought in his mind, he wrote his name on the form and simply filled in his resume. Leaning on the chair and stretched his body, he put the form aside. He was about to go to cafeteria to eat, then register at the military office. These days, Jiang Chen lived a relaxing lifestyle. The Hua side had yet to reach a conclusion, and Yi Qinghua didn't come to see him again. Russia was thinking about something else, Natasha didn't mention the space elevator, and no one came from the Kremlin. Europe was stable. There were no other moves besides ESA's publication of several papers on the space elevator, ranging from the space elevator may be affected by extreme climatic conditions and the potential hazards of the design. In the quagmire of the economic crisis, they did not have the economic power to develop space resources. NASA called and simply inquired about the space elevator and the fee. Jiang Chen tossed a brief introduction to them and sent their people away. They did not call again when they received the information. There were many large, medium, and small private enterprises that contacted Celestial Trade. The line of Celestial Trade Outer Space Track Development, responsible for managing the space elevator business, was almost at full capacity 24/7. The sheer number of companies could form a line from Coral Island to Silicon Valley. Among them was SpaceX, NASA's appointed space exploration technology company. The space elevator completed the first batch of materials transportation from the ground to the orbit, and the private space companies instantly mourned in agony. SpaceX took the first and foremost hit, with the market prospect of the Falcon rocket series instantly vanishing. After falling for a few consecutive days, its market value had fallen from $12 billion to less than $10 billion. Even Google felt the pain of the loss with its stock price taking a hit. Because the caller was from SpaceX's founder, Elon Musk, the operator of Celestial Trade transferred the call to Jiang Chen. After the call connected, the American legend who founded PayPal spoke politely. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. We exchanged business cards at the Silicon Valley Summit. I don't know if you remember me." "Of course, Mr. Musk." Jiang Chen smiled and joked. "I'd remember you even if we didn't exchange business cards. After all, I grew up listening to your success story. The hobo richer than an entire country, Musk. The ordinary-looking but wealthy, Jack Ma. The man who climbed to the peak from the troughs, Jobs. Countless aspiring young listened to their success stories. Although Jiang Chen sneered at such stories, it didn't stop him from being bombarded by these chicken soups when he went to school. But now, his story also started to aspire the future generations. Unemployed youth who started from scratch. He vaguely recalled that he was labeled with this phrase on some inspirational talk on Weibo. Although Musk knew Chinese, he did not understand the joke. However, he only slightly hesitated, and looked past this. After all, he didn't call to make small talk, but for business inquiry. "I don't know if you have the intention to lease a space elevator track. Celestial Trade is willing to provide a comprehensive service from the port on Earth to the synchronous orbit. There is no plan to lease or contract out an entire track," Jiang Chen said with a smile, and directly rejected Musk's proposal. Musk was not discouraged when he heard the response, but a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. "Oh. It seems that you are also quite optimistic about the prospects for the development of outer space resources. Of course, after all, the future is there, Jiang Chen said, full of passion. We have a win-win proposal here, are you interested? Musk smiled. If it is a proposal other than leasing. Jiang Chen once again emphasized this. Although it's related to leasing, it's not about leasing the tracks. Musk shook his head and cleared his throat, then he introduced seriously, SpaceX hopes to lease the port at the space station. Our offer will not disappoint you. Lease the port. Musk's proposal somewhat surprised Jiang Chen. In Celestial Trade's internal discussion about the profitability model of the space elevator, there was indeed options to lease the port at Celestial City. Since it was a one-man market, the scale was limited. Rather than sharing one cake alone, it was better to make the cake bigger with everyone, and then be the person cutting the cake. Only when everyone participated in the giant market could Celestial Trade maximize its profit while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Imagine this, the entire world's development of space resources must be done through the space elevator in Xi'an. All the freights must stop at the base station underneath the space elevator. All the resources from outer space must be transported from Xi'an's port to the rest of the world. What would this mean to Xi'an's economy, currency, and international standing? Competition. Of course there would be competition. But if Celestial Trade couldn't outcompete with SpaceX with a technology a century ahead, then Celestial Trade employees should just give up. But what surprised Jiang Chen was that just after the space elevator's completion, while Celestial City was just beginning to take its shape, and before the United Nations summit, Musk already thought much ahead. This indeed amazed Jiang Chen. What do you think? Are you interested? Musk asked with a serious tone. I'm extremely interested. Or rather, I'm really surprised, Jiang Chen said. Oh. Did I offend? No, you're misinterpreting me. Jiang Chen shook his head, used his finger to move the hologram communication window from the left hand to the right hand side, then continued, we do in fact have the intention to lease the port, but the specifics remain on paper. We can't give you an answer now, but since you proposed this, once the United Nations summit is over and we determine a feasible plan, we'll contact you immediately. With a joyous expression, Musk said passionately. Please. Is there anything else? Jiang Chen asked. Of course, there's one more thing. Musk smiled. We originally planned to launch Falcon 9 at the beginning of February carrying 450 kg of supplies to the International Space Station. But by the looks of it now, we don't need to waste 60 million. You plan to contract NASA's mission to us? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrow and asked with intrigue. Musk snapped his finger and responded. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The cost of transporting out and back would be different. Depending on the type of goods, there would be some differences on the type of transporter used and the acceleration process, naturally, the quote would be different. But in any case, the transportation cost of the space elevator was definitely much lower than that of rockets. The standard price of the Falcon 9 was $60 million. Even if the successful recovery of the first stage rocket could save 80% of the launch cost, the probability of success is not high, it would come with a bill as large as $12 million. Compared with 450 kilograms of goods, the transportation cost per kilogram was as high as $26,000. The quotation of Celestial Trade, together with the spaceship and its 450 kilogram supply could be sent to the geosynchronous track for a total of only 2 million XIN new dollars. Converted to US dollars based on current exchange rates, it would be roughly 2.15 million. Based on the UAE's subsidy policy for the aerospace industry, NASA paid about $61 million to SpaceX. If it was outsourced to Celestial, it would be almost 60 times the profit. And they wouldn't have to gamble on the probability of recycling the first stage rocket. Such a tremendous profitability was more than enough to make any capitalist crazy. Even if outsourcing a subsidized project to a foreign country may lead to dissatisfaction with the federal government, Musk still made the decision. As for how to calm the anger of NASA, he has already thought of an excuse. In addition, Jiang Chen also tossed out an extremely attractive proposal. If the entire supplying work is outsourced to celestial trade and without launching the spacecraft around 8 tons in weight, the price of celestial trade could be reduced to several $100,000 in new dollars. However, Musk did not completely lose his mind, and declined Jiang Chen's good intentions. After hanging up the phone, Musk immediately looked at his assistant. Cancel the launch plan in February immediately. Package and sell Falcon rocket-related technology and try to do this before this week's UN Outer Space Summit. I will go to the launch center in person in a bit and cancel all arrangements for me in the afternoon. The assistant was shocked. But, this is NASA's order, and our Falcon rocket engine is already complete. Other than the rocket engine, did anything else start production? Stopping at the door, Musk turned his head and asked seriously. Wait a minute, the assistant reached out to the stack of documents on his desk, flipped the one he was looking for, and quickly turned to the production progress report. Not yet, cancel immediately. Also, package and sell the rocket engine that has already been completed. Also immediately terminate the development of the Falcon 10 rocket and allocate the extra budget to the third-generation Dragon spacecraft. But why? The assistant couldn't help but ask. He thought he might be the only one besides Musk to know how much effort Musk devoted on Falcon's 10 rocket. He couldn't believe that just after this phone call, Musk, who pushed the Falcon's 10 rocket development project, ended this great project with such an understatement. Because it is out of date, Musk said without hesitation. His heart was equally full of unwillingness, but he knew, half a minute ago, he already made the most calm and wise choice in his life. The birth of the space elevator marked the decline of the traditional rocket space, just as the tank eventually eliminated the cavalry. Even if they spent a lot of money to produce the Falcon's 10 rocket, it would just be a dying struggle before dusk. The cost of the launch simply would not be competitive in front of the space elevator. Depend on subsidy. God, this is a capitalistic country. They couldn't just rely on subsidies. One day the Congressional Budget Committee would lose patience. Looking at the struggling expression on the assistant who had worked for him for many years, Musk took a deep breath and said slowly. My dear Mr. Basemore, my friend. You should be able to understand me. You should understand that at the moment, my heart is not as relaxed as I seem. The abandonment of the Falcon series rockets does not mean giving up on everything, but it means I'm making a choice. I should be the most pained person in the whole company. But rationality tells me, I have to do this. It is only a matter of time before the rocket that goes from the atmosphere to outer space becomes eliminated. The Falcon series has completed its historical mission. We learned from it, and its technology, and now we must solemnly close the coffin. I know this is very difficult, but if we don't want this series to be our last song, then we must move forward with the trends of the world. Stronger, bigger, faster, a spacecraft that can freely traverse the universe. That is our future. What the F*** CK? Musk. That bastard. Bolden slammed the file on the table, and collapsed into his chair. His heavy breathing sounded like he was about to spurt fire. As the director of NASA, he always favored SpaceX as a representative of private aerospace companies in the UA. Whenever a good project appeared, he always thought of the company. However, Musk just now told him that they outsourced the supply mission of the International Space Station to celestial trade. What the foo***? How dare they, how can they do this? Traitor, this is betrayal. Other staff members in the office were all silent. Even Bolden's assistant sped up when he passed by his desk. Everyone knew why this grumpy old man was angry. SpaceX actually outsourced the supply mission. The space market was a highly fragmented market. In general, even if the launch price of SpaceX was low, Hua and Russia didn't give their launch projects to SpaceX. The market of each country consisted of a maximum of 10 to 30 launch missions a year. It was already difficult to feed the domestic aerospace companies, who would outsource their projects to other countries. Russia's outsourcing of supply missions to celestial trade was an exception, on the one hand because of Russia's own economic situation, and on the other hand because Jiang Chen promised to sell the RM-320 rocket engine. Although the RM-320 was eliminated by celestial trade, Jiang Chen did fulfill the commitment of the contract. But in the UA, such exception would never exist. What made Bolden angry was that he once touted the Falcon's 10 rocket in front of the president and praised as a technology masterpiece that will down in history, the rocket that will change the future of mankind, the hope of the UA, etc. The titles were given to a project that had yet to produce results. However, Musk now told him, "Sorry, our Falcon 10 rocket development is now cancelled." Oh, God! I will definitely be the laughing stock of the capital. Just as Bolden was fuming, his assistant anxiously walked over and articulated quickly. "Musk is outside. He said that he wants to see you." Bolden's eyebrows raised and he forced down his rage. After he calmed himself down, he said to his assistant, "Let him come in." Yes, the assistant nodded and quickly left. He knew that his boss was at the brink of explosion. The reason why he didn't roar out was nothing but the silence before the storm. Soon, the office door was pushed open and a man in a coat came in. Bolden made a scoffing sound and his penetrative sight fixated on the person that just entered the room. "I was looking for you, but you came yourself." Musk coughed, then said, "Let me explain to the capital," Bolden said. "You have outsourced a subsidized project to a foreign company. Are you that desperate to make money?" "Of course I'll explain to the capital, in fact, I am already preparing the materials for the hearing." If he didn't prepare a reasonable explanation, the misers at Budget Committee would probably directly send him from the congressional hearing to the federal court. After a pause, Musk continued without pressure, "I have to clarify, even if I just outsourced the launch mission to celestial trade, the supply work is still completed by us." Bolden, who was fuming, sneered, "What is the difference? Do you think it makes sense to go back and forth with chemical rockets from the surface to the orbit?" Musk asked. Bolden's eyebrows furrowed as he was just about to open his mouth, but he suddenly stopped. "Yes, the space elevator has been completed, so what is the significance of continuing to develop chemical rockets? That is not the future." He was just raging and lost his calmness without being able to properly think. Now that some rationality returned to him and he began to re-examine the issue, it may have actually been a wise choice to give up the Falcon series rocket. As an expert in the aerospace field, Bolden knew exactly the limits of chemical rockets. Seeing that his old friend had calmed down, Musk also breathed a sigh of relief and built off his previous statement. "I promise that the budget saved from the launch project in February and on the Falcon 10 rocket development plan will be used in the development of the third-generation Dragon spacecraft. Over the past few years, we have continuously improved the Falcon rocket. The Dragon spacecraft series plan had been stagnant for too long, and now it is time to make a step forward." Bolden was still gloomy, but there was a sign of his wavering. "This means that we have to borrow the space elevator of celestial trade in the next few decades. And ports and berths at the space station. I tried to probe when I called Jiang Chen. Celestial trade is very sensitive to the rental of the space elevator track. There is almost no room for negotiation, but they didn't exclude the leasing of ports and berths." Musk paused slightly. "There are still 3 days until the UN Outer Space Summit. I think, this information can be used as a reference." Bolden's eyes lit up slightly. He immediately stood up and strode to his assistant's desk. "Meeting in the conference room in an hour. NASA executives must be present." "Yes." The assistant stood up and was about to leave the desk, but Bolden reached out and stopped him. "And, contact the capital for me," Bolden said. I hope that the capital will pay enough attention. It is best to send someone and make a transcript. Remember, I don't want an intern. Understood. The assistant hurriedly nodded. Before leaving, the Mexican-American assistant secretively examined Musk. He didn't understand how this guy calmed his boss's anger. He had thought that it would turn into a brawl after they met. After all, it was not a rare event to start a fight as part of the office culture. After the assistant left, Bolden again issued several orders to his subordinates to ensure that everyone started to move and then returned to his desk. His mouth felt dry, but he remembered his assistant was already arranging for the meeting. Just as he was about to get up, a cup of coffee appeared right in front of him. At the congressional hearing, I need your help. Musk smartly made a cup of coffee when his old friend ignored him. Bolden raised his eyebrows. He glanced at the coffee and then glanced at Musk. I will help you, but it is still up to yourself. Musk smiled. With your words, I feel assured. Just as NASA launched a heated discussion for the upcoming UN summit, Jiang Chen already ended separate meetings with representatives from Hua, the UA, Russia, and the UK. Although the results were limited, Jiang Chen was already prepared for the upcoming summit. After this summit, the political landscape of the world wouldn't necessarily be changed. But the history of human civilization would certainly be rewritten. Every time I look up at this space elevator, it's difficult for me to restrain my impulse to worship it. Only a miracle can describe this magnificent project. May God bless human beings and may they not lose their course in the sea of stars, Amen. Standing at the foot of the space elevator, looking up, the old man with a beard in a priest's suit reached out and touched the outer shell of the space elevator. He painted a cross with his old fingers, and recited an unknown prayer. Today marked the first time that the space elevator passenger rail was open to public. Among the 70 people that would arrive at the terminal station, other than 30 trained astronauts, were 20 representatives from XIN as well as 20 invited foreign guests. The selection of these 20 people was handed over to the United Nations. In addition to the numbers already discussed with Hua, the UA, Russia, the UK and other countries, the other seats were voted on by the special committee set up by the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. The bearded white Santa Claus was the former Pope José Rachel, from the Vatican, and was the oldest passenger on the first journey. In order to take care of this elder nearly 100 years old, celestial trade specifically adjusted the acceleration of the space elevator during the acceleration and deceleration phases. It would make the acceleration time slightly longer, but it didn't have much impact on the entire 36,000-kilometer journey. The man stopped fixating himself on the elder, took a small wooden box from his pocket and slowly pressed the box in front of his chest. His skin color was very pale, his brown short hair was slightly curled, and there was nostalgia in his pupils. In 1895, the Russian scientist Tsiolkovsky was inspired by the structure and shape of the Eiffel Tower to imagine a sky castle that revolved around the Earth. Looking up at the space elevator, the man muttered, "Fascinating greatness, the charm of civilization is exactly this. We can always obtain inspiration from our own culture, to imagine unrealistic dreams, and finally turn the dreams into reality." You are. The black man standing next to him looked at him with surprise. A writer, with a pause, Rudolph Clark looked at the wooden box in his hand with a hint of reminiscence, like my grandfather. In 1978, his grandfather Arthur Clark took inspiration from Pearson's description of the American Space Mechanics Research Laboratory and wrote The Fountain of Heaven, which depicted the blueprint of the space elevator and influenced many science fiction literatures. The carbon nanomaterials and ocean equatorial space station described in the text predicted the future in a certain sense. The main material used by celestial trade to build space elevators was graphene, and the end of the space elevator was the space station named Celestial City. You seem to be surprised. Rudolph looked at the man. Indeed, the man nodded. I have seen at least 2 writers. As he said this, he turned his eyes to the side of the space elevator. There was an Asian old man who didn't seem to mingle well with the group. There is a line of words written in Chinese. Haruki Murakami reached out and slowly moved his fingers across the square of the space elevator. He said to himself, "Who left this? I know that we can solve the next problem, because we have solved all the problems that have existed before." If it is translated into English, it probably means this. Standing next to the old man, Lu Haotian replied in English. As for who left it, who else? A nostalgic smile appeared on his face. When he was in Shangjing and Wanhai, he did spend some time with Jiang Chen. But now that his position changed, partly because the Lu family did not want him to waste more years in the previous position. This time, the reason why he could represent the state in this special ceremony was due to the energy and influence of the Lu family. However, he was somewhat regretful that he didn't see Jiang Chen on this trip. Just as they held the first train ceremony here, Jiang Chen accompanied the ex-IAN president to Canberra to attend the UN Outer Space Summit. "I am Murakami Haruki," he was surprised at Lu Haotian's remark. The 60-year-old man extended his hand to him. "I am very glad to meet you." Lu Haotian took the hand that the old man had stretched out and shook it gently. "Lu Haotian, it's my honor to meet you." Of course, not everyone showed a fascinated expression to this space elevator. For example, the expert from ESA with a sneer and commented on the design of the space elevator with the BBC reporter net to him. Did they consider the impact of high air flow differences on the structure of the elevator? "You should eat some motion sickness medicine, we will probably be shaking like a noodles once we get to 10,000 meters. The ESA expert then mocked. "Maybe it will break like a noodle." Going into space with all the invitees was a Stingray X-1 spaceplane that hung on the outer cargo track outside the space elevator. To be precise, its name was Stingray C-1. According to data released by Celestial Trade, the Stingray X-1 was to be used as a multi-purpose spacecraft with multifunction modules. The transport module was named Stingray C-1 and would carry a small amount of cargo. The Stingray with mining capability was named P-1, and the Stingray with an attack module was named A-1. However, Celestial Trade did not recognize that it had a production plan for an attacking spacecraft. At least for now, humans have not discovered the existence of other civilizations. That being the case, the purpose of an attack module didn't exist. After all, according to the design drawings of the Pan-Asian Cooperation, the weapons used by the Stingray A-1 was a laser cannon. The power attenuation coefficient of laser weapons in the atmosphere also makes it impossible to become an efficient medium to long-range weapon. Moreover, the use of a spacecraft without any aerodynamic design to fight a war in the atmosphere is far less effective than the Aurora 20 with wing design. CH-001 train is ready, please go to the waiting room and board the train. A polite and clear voice appeared. With the assistance of Celestial Trade staff, the first 70 passengers boarded a vertical train on a small lift. Lu Haotian's ticket was a 07-9, which represented the 7th floor 9th seat. Under the guidance of the crew, he sat in his own fixed seat and fastened the strange-looking seatbelt. During the ascending and landing phases, the cabin would enter an overweight and weightless state. During these two phases, passengers were prohibited from leaving their seats. However, when the elevator was at a constant speed, passengers would be able to leave their seat and stand by the window to enjoy the breathtaking view of leaving Earth. After securing himself in the seat, Lu Haotian took a deep breath and rested his head on the soft cushion to relax his tense body. Under a uniform traction, the carriage began to move sideways under the traction of the robotic arm and then moved up. Like a bullet being pushed into the squall line, after a short and slight tremor, the carriage entered ascending track number 1. Welcome to the CH-001 train of Celestial Trade Outer Space Orbital Development. This train runs from the base station to Celestial City, with a distance of 35,860 kilometers. The estimated flight time is 5 hours and 12 minutes, and the maximum speed is 2 kilometers per second, the elevator track has been confirmed to be smooth, and the CH-001 train has entered the number 1 track. Please ensure your seatbelt has been fastened." Immersed in their own thoughts, all the passengers closed their eyes while soothing music began to play. "The train is departing. I wish you a pleasant trip." Heated verbal exchanges. That was the only impression in Jiang Chen's mind of this UN summit. Canberra, the capital of Australia, was located in the open valley of the Australian mountain range. The city didn't have a large population but possessed beautiful scenery. It was chosen as the location for the UN Outer Space Summit. The Australian government attached great importance to the convening of this summit, because many heads of state and high-level representatives from the 5 permanent members would be present. The importance of this meeting was easy to imagine. As early as the 3 days prior to the meeting, access to the vicinity of the venue was restricted, stores were closed, factories were shut down, and all the streets of Canberra West were emptied. The meeting was successfully held without any twists and turns. Usually at such a summit attended by many heads of state, more than one topics would be discussed, and it would not be limited to the topic of outer space development. Additionally, the important issue of the summit were often not discussed in the beginning. The first topic to be discussed was not the space elevator, but the North Korea nuclear issue. Just 2 months ago, North Korea launched a missile suspected to be a ballistic missile, with the capability to mount a nuclear warhead. How did this relate to the Outer Space Summit? Of course, it was related. The use of outer space for peaceful purposes has always been the consensus of the international community. Although the lean-looking representative was impassioned during his speech, Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to Zhang Yaping, couldn't stop yawning. Problems like this couldn't get solved at all. It was a waste of time regardless of the length of the discussion. To summarize, the individuals who spoke were North Korea representative and the UAE Secretary of State Kerry, and the contents of the two sides could be summarized in 4 sentences. You are not allowed to launch missiles. Launching missiles is within my power. I dare you to launch one. Oh, I did. War. They would have gone to war already if they could. But war was never something that could be determined by 1 or 2 missiles and a pat on the head. International issues were never resolved by a click of a button. It was not as easy as simply destroying the enemy's base. People often seek reasons to persuade themselves for what has happened, or use their own logic to combine the limited information available to derive their own truth out of necessity. The only real conclusion behind all the mental gymnastics was nothing but the fact that people are often wrong. People will always repeat the same tragedy, and humans will always make the same mistakes. Because Jiang Chen firmly believed this point, he could sit here without fear. NASA Director Bolden even caught him yawning when he looked to his side. However, after glancing at the nearest camera and estimating that it could not capture anything below the table, he took out his phone and started to play games produced by future technology. Even if the space elevator was placed right in front of them, even if they knew the true value of this technology, they could only watch him leave if they could not pay the price. Zhang Yaping glanced at Jiang Chen next to him and whispered. Your mentality is not bad. It's okay. The space elevator is after 3 more issues, you don't have to be so nervous now. Jiang Chen did not look up as his eyes were still staring at the screen. Zhang Yaping paused for a second and touched his face with an odd expression. I seem nervous. It may be my illusion. As Jiang Chen expected, the North Korea nuclear issue did not yield any results. But looking at Kerry's indifferent expression, he probably didn't think anything material would come out of this meeting. After the question of whether North Korea's launch was a missile or a rocket, it was followed by the Turkish civil war that lasted from the second half of last year to now, and then the Ukrainian civil war. If the previous issue could be related to outer space, then these 2 issues were completely trivial. Purely because there were not many opportunities for such high-level representatives to meet, such discussions were bound to take place. These 2 discussions did not last long, and soon it was the main focus of the summit, the use of space elevators and its security concerns. Jiang Chen put away his phone and scanned the audience. With his vision, he clearly observed that the originally sleepy Italian president began to focus, the ESA director who had originally been spinning his pen stopped, and the NASA director who kept glancing at him finally looked at the memo on his desk. It was the voice of Ms. Maslin Osman, director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Before her voice settled, President of Panama, a Central American country, stood up and directed a question to Xian. With regard to the space elevator, I would like to ask the President of Xian. When you submitted the filing of space activities to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, the filings were for scientific research purposes and orbital space stations. When he said this, the Panamanian president's words contained some hostility. Central American countries were under the influence of the superpower UA. Glancing at NASA Director Bolden's calm and collected look, Jiang Chen knew that the statement made by the representative of Panama was mostly UA's message. When celestial trade expanded its space station, it already caused the vigilance of the UA and other countries. When celestial trade began to throw the rope down from the space station, they were completely dumbfounded. When NASA analyzed that it might be a space elevator, it was already at near the end of last year. Until the announcement of celestial trade mid-January, they still couldn't fully accept this fact. God, that's the thing from science fictions. Zhang Yaping stood up and tapped the microphone on the table. This is an Xian and a Xian company carrying out reasonable and legal projects in its territory in accordance with Xian's constitution. There is no need to explain to the countries across the Pacific. In the round conference room, representatives from the UA stared at each other dumbfoundedly. Although they had expected this answer, they couldn't help but feel furious. Bolden was in a rather calm state, whispering something to the person sitting next to him. The representative from Panama sat back down. Soon, a representative from the South America Ecuador spoke. It was the dark-skinned president who stood up and began speaking in a sincere tone. Ecuador's borders cross the equator line. Can Xian assist South American countries in building our own space elevator? Of course, the South American National Union will bear all the expenses of the construction of celestial trade. Here, I can make a promise, there will an investment of more than $50 billion. When his words came out, the representatives of Hua and Russia immediately became nervous. Where would South American countries find so much money? Ecuador's GDP was just $100 billion a year. It was already difficult for them to squeeze 1/100th from this $100 billion, let alone a $50 billion project. It was obvious where this money came from. Both Hua and Russia were countries far from the equator line and had limited international influence. It would almost be impossible to build a space elevator. Otherwise, when Elder Yi came to negotiate with Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have mentioned just leasing the track but would have asked for help in building one for themselves. Considering all the countries in the world, including the oil bosses in the Middle East, who had the most money. It was precisely because of this that Hua and Russia had been sparing no effort in winning over Xian. About the problem of the space elevator. I think Jiang Chen, the chief designer of the space elevator, is better suited to answer this question. As agreed, Zhang Yaping threw this inconvenient answer to Jiang Chen. When all the lenses were focused on him, Jiang Chen stood up and nodded to the representatives of each countries. I am very honored to stand here and answer the questions of the international community about the space elevator. I understand that you are all very interested in this 36,000-kilometer elevator because it is definitely the longest elevator in the world and definitely the most profitable elevator. Other than corporate secrets, as the chief designer and chairman of Celestial Trade, I'll do my best to answer all your questions. After that, Jiang Chen's line of sight inadvertently swept to the NASA representative's seat, looking over the face of Director Bolden, and finally falling on the President of Ecuador. We are very sorry about your request. Although we are very interested in this 50 billion project, our factory has no excess capacity to complete this order. Perhaps you can choose other engineering companies. The train is departing. I wish you a pleasant trip. With his back slightly tensing up, Zhang Feng felt a pair of invisible hands gently press onto his shoulders. The strength of the hands was very soft. Lying in this specially designed decompression cockpit, the overweight discomfort was almost negligible. When the corner of his eyes caught the screen on the armrest, he saw the number 1.48G on the top left-hand corner of the screen. Zhang Feng smiled as soon as he saw the number. As a former celestial trade marine, he could easily withstand 3G of force. If it were for a short period of time, he could even withstand a force of 7G. The rising acceleration was half of the gravitational acceleration, and the maximum speed was 2 km per second. Zhang Feng estimated in his mind that it would take around 10 minutes to reach the end of the acceleration phase. In fact, their acceleration time was a little shorter than he estimated. The overweight feeling on his shoulders slowly disappeared and his seatbelt was unlocked. Zhang Feng twisted his neck slightly. Like other passengers on the floor, he walked down to the transparent window and looked out the window with fascination. It's impossible, a European man kneeled by the window and glued his nose onto the glass. He was screaming from the shock. It's absolutely impossible. Through the troposphere and the stratosphere, there was no swaying at all. This is absolutely impossible. Unless, the European man immediately jerked himself upward, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. Unless, the force point of this track is not at the ground, but in the sky. The tallest building in the world was not built from the ground to the sky, but from the synchronous orbit. Utilizing this design, the entire track was stabilized by its own gravity, and the stress of the material itself was sufficient to negate the effect of the high air flow. But what if it encountered bad weather like a typhoon? Dmitri knew that celestial trade would have certainly taken this into account. However, as an ESA space technology expert, he couldn't understand how celestial trade managed to solve this problem. Directly below the ESA executive was another window. Lu Haotian went to a white-haired old man and politely asked, "Did you see anything?" The old man sighed after he heard the question from the young man. "In addition to the beautiful scenery that I will never forget in my life, I can't see anything with my old eyes." The name of the old man was Lu Zhusheng, a researcher at the First Research Institute of Hua Aerospace Science and Technology Group. As one of the founders of the Hua aerospace industry, he was involved in the Shenzhou series rockets. At the first train ceremony, Celestial Trade provided 4 tickets to Hua, and he was given one of them. The Aerospace Science and Technology Group and the top leaders of the state all had high hopes in that he could learn something from this ceremony. They hoped that he could learn some of the principles of the space elevator. However, standing there, looking at the clouds gradually drifting away, he suddenly had the illusion of being in a completely different area of study. But soon, he smiled and shook his head, relieving the burden in his chest. Although he was an expert in the aerospace field, his expertise was in the field of chemical rockets. He could solve the technical problem of longitudinal coupled vibration, which restricted the development of large-scale liquid rockets in Hua with a pen, and impressed the world's aerospace experts by the leaps Hua's aerospace industry made in a couple of decades, but it didn't mean that his talents were applicable to the space elevator. There will always be more talented people. Lu Zhusheng shook his head again and smiled. I finally know why other countries gave this precious opportunity to authors. Why? Lu Haotian asked thoughtfully. The old man raised his hand and used his index finger to point at his white hair. We need imagination. The conversation of an elder and a young man caught Zhang Feng's attention. Seeing familiar faces in a foreign country always gave him warm feelings. However, he did not go forward to talk to the two, but turned his sight outside the window. For every 1,000 meters above sea level, the temperature would drop by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. There was ice crystals condensing on the window with white mist lingering. The thick gas layer covered Earth like a spherical shell, just like a fairyland in one's fantasy. Standing by the window, Zhang Feng silently took out his phone and captured this beautiful scene. Being in such a magnificent place, he heard people exclaim in different languages. Just then, he heard some broken Chinese. "You're a soldier." Zhang Feng turned around and looked at the man standing behind him. He did not deny his inquiry, but asked. "Oh. How did you know? Your posture is very unique." The man shrugged and smiled, exposing his white teeth. "I heard that Hua specifically trains the way soldier stands, and how to fold their quilt into a tofu block." Hearing the banter in his words, Zhang Feng didn't care, but raised his eyebrows and asked. "Oh. How do the Americans train?" The man grinned and said, "We get trained on how to beat people up. Would you like to try with me?" Looking at Zhang Feng's half-grinning face, the man shook his head and waved his hand. "Hey, man, I'm just joking. If the two of us are tossed out from here because we are dueling, we can't survive even with a parachute." After a pause, the man coughed and introduced himself. "William James, Captain of the UA Marine Corps, what about you?" "Zhang Feng, Celestial Marine Corps." "I am also a captain." Zhang Feng shook the man's hand. William's face showed a surprised expression, but it quickly returned to normal. "I thought you were from Hua." "You didn't guess wrong." Zhang Feng let go of his hand, in terms of ancestry at least. "As an employee of Celestial Trade, can you tell me what is on the space station above us?" William leaned against the railing by the window and asked casually. "You will know when you arrive." Zhang Feng shook his head. William made a bored expression, but did not say anything more. Just like what Zhang Feng said, when they arrive, he would know what's up there. It was just that the 5-hour journey was too long. If he didn't find something to do on this lengthy ride, he would be bored to death. It was not just him who was curious about what's above him, but also netizens from all over the world who watched the space elevator's first passage on Celestial Trade's official site. People commented to vent their shock and offered sincere praise to Celestial Trade. Just as William was looking out the window in boredom and waiting for the time to pass, he suddenly saw a bright spot of a tail in the dark and deep space. A meteor? Outside the atmosphere? No way. He blinked and confirmed that he didn't make a mistake. There was no reference in space, and he couldn't judge how far the bright spot was from him. However, standing in his position, the stretched light was so distinct in the dark universe. "What is that?" He muttered to himself, took out his phone, and captured a photo of the mysterious meteor. Choose other engineering companies. This euphemistic refusal left a bitter taste in his mouth. Although it was not shown on his face, the representatives from Hua and Russia were relieved. They were most worried about Celestial Trade being unable to withstand the pressure. They didn't mind that a neutral small country owned a space elevator, but they couldn't accept their competitor possessing one. The best solution was for Xian to possess the sovereignty of this space elevator, and for all the other countries to share outer space. The rejected president of Ecuador did not have a pleasant expression on his face, but he also did not say anything more. He nodded and then sat back down. NASA Director Bolden looked calm as he already expected the rejection. After all, the monopolistic market always made more money than a competitive one. At least until the emergence of a second company that could master the technology of space elevators, it was impossible for Celestial Trade to accept orders for space elevator construction from other countries. The discussion continued, and the issues discussed next were simple and straightforward, mainly on how countries should cooperate in the space elevator projects. The director of the European Space Agency, John Werner, stood up and glanced at the representatives and began to deliver his remark. Space has no boundaries. Everyone should contribute to the collective mankind. Although the space elevator is built by Celestial Trade, the outer space belongs to all of mankind, and the space elevator should be shared by all of mankind. When John said this, the expression on Jiang Chen turned into a sneer. It was so obvious what he was going to say next. "So, here, I propose," John Werner did not look at Jiang Chen, but looked up at the representative of the France and German Space Agency, and then shamelessly read out his proposal, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs to evaluate the cost of space elevators. Countries will jointly pay for the construction of the space elevator to celestial trade, and by the space elevator in the name of the United Nations, which will be jointly managed by the international community. John Werner's speech ended. There seemed to have been an agreement made prior as a round of applause sounded. Immediately afterwards, representatives from the European countries rose to speak and expressed their support for the proposal of the director of ESA. The representative of France seconds. The representative of Germany seconds. The representative of Italy seconds. Listening to the overwhelming support, a smile emerged on Werner's face. Before the start of the summit, they all agreed to pressure celestial trade. So many countries have seconded the same proposal at the summit. Even if celestial trade wanted to refuse, they must weigh the diplomatic risks brought on by the rejection. Although Bolden, who represented the UA, did not express his position, he turned his eyes to Jiang Chen. So many countries seconded the proposal. How will you deal with this? Suddenly, at this moment, a different voice echoed. The representative of Hua votes against. Everyone, including the director of the European Space Agency and Bolden, was stunned and looked at the seats of the Hua delegation. The space elevator is built within the territorial region of Xi'an and should be owned by Xi'an. The position of the Hua is consistent. We oppose any country interfering in the internal affairs of the third country in any form. The middle-aged man with black hair glanced at the seats of the European representatives and said word by word, Hua recognizes the legitimacy of the Xi'an space elevator. Hua is willing to respect the territory of Xi'an and cooperate with Xi'an. The summit was quiet, not a single person spoke. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and was about to say something. At this time, the Russian representative stood up and concisely said. The representative of Russia seconds this view. After a pause, the man with a Slavic face said. Agreeing with Hua's perspective. There were already 2 permanent members that recognized the legality of the space elevator. Even if there were more voices opposing this, it wouldn't change this fact. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude by nodding to the representatives of Hua and Russia. Although he did not think ESA could influence him with this little trick, regardless of how many countries seconded this proposal, it wouldn't make him change his opinion. However, the representatives of Hua and Russia expressing their support indeed helped him solve this trouble. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Yaping and signaled him to request for permission to speak. After receiving permission, Jiang Chen stood up again and glanced at the ESA director with a stiff expression and then spoke to the representatives of the countries at the summit. Celestial Trade welcomes companies from all over the world to participate in the development of space resources. But what I want to say again is that we will never accept any unreasonable proposals. I hope some people will think with their brain before speaking. Upon hearing this, John's face instantly turned gloomy and he clenched his fists under the table. The representatives of France and Germany, who had previously seconded the proposal, were sitting there with an unpleasant expression. Obviously, they were quite displeased with Jiang Chen's statement. However, would Jiang Chen care about them? When there is only one store in the market, the position of buyers and sellers is no longer, customers are gods, but, if you don't want to buy it, I will sell to other people. There was only one space elevator now, even if the EU countries were reluctant, they would still have to swallow this fact. Unless they were willing to be left behind by the world. After some internal discussion at Celestial Trade, we have 2 proposals for the space elevator. Celestial Trading is willing to provide satellite launch, cargo transportation and other services at reasonable prices. We assure you that with the use of the innovative track transportation technology, our transportation price is less than 1% of the market price. In addition, we will build a giant space station on the same track that is larger than Penglai City. The circular counterweight that maintains the center of gravity of the space elevator is the living area. And the centrifugal force that is generated by its rotation will provide gravity. Considering the needs of various countries, Celestial Trading is willing to provide long-term leases of living areas, industrial areas, ports and other facilities to countries in the form of leasing while retaining sovereignty. This is the framework for cooperation of the space elevator. As for the specific details of cooperation with all parties, we can have more in-depth discussions at a later date. Jiang Chen ended his speech. He noticed that after he identified this so-called cooperation framework, representatives of many countries were eager to propose objections. However, Jiang Chen didn't intend to waste time with them. After whispering with Zhang Yaping, Jiang Chen got up and left the venue of the summit before they requested permission to speak. He was present as an advisor to Zhang Yaping and did not possess any formal diplomatic status. His absence didn't have any impact on the progress of the summit, but it certainly would reduce the weight of this summit. But who cares? Using this UN Outer Space Summit, he already communicated to all countries the cooperation framework developed by Celestial Trade. As far as results were concerned, the significance of his participation in the summit were already achieved. In this case, there was no point in continuing to stay. Of course, there would be a number of countries that disagreed with the framework proposed by Celestial Trade, a number that is not small as after all, space mining was more like an unrealistic dream. Even the lunar colony of Celestial Trade that has been established for half a year did not claim that it had made a profit on the lunar project. But Jiang Chen didn't mind. The rules were already placed here, and the people who were willing to accept would share in the profits together, and those unwilling could just sneer and scoff. Even if no one took his framework seriously, Celestial Trade could absolutely play single-player mode in space. Just the development process would be somewhat slower. However, he was very clear that it wouldn't take long before the profit of the space elevator would make the indifferent people today crazy tomorrow. And the seemingly unacceptable conditions he put forward would no longer be out of discussion with absolute interests. Bolden stared blankly at Jiang Chen's back as he departed. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but eventually closed it. There were some things he couldn't make a decision on alone. He decided to wait for the meeting to make a request to the capital before making a decision. Several representatives of the Hua side exchanged their opinions quietly in a serious manner, and other representatives of countries interested in space elevators were more or less the same. The summit continued. The entire summit lasted 2 days, while Jiang Chen spent a full week in Canberra. Half of a day was spent in the summit, 4 days were spent in business meetings, and 2 days were spent with Aisha, touring Canberra and experiencing the Australian culture. However, there was nothing to visit during this time. Many shops in Canberra were temporarily closed due to this high-level summit. The result of the summit was surprising. In some sense, even Jiang Chen didn't expect this level of success. Originally, he thought that when such a demanding cooperation framework without even any profitability discussion was proposed, not many people would work with him, but it was not the case. The first country to express their willingness to cooperate was Moro. After all, the state was XIN's #1 supporter. However, Jiang Chen was very skeptical if Santos even knew what the space elevator was. In addition, Malaysia, Thailand, New Zealand, Madagascar and some small African countries accepted the cooperation framework proposed by Celestial Trade. After a period of discussion, Hua and Russia also expressed their willingness to join the cooperation framework. The representative of Hua proposed to establish a microgravity laboratory for the Institute of Mechanics of the Hua Academy of Sciences for 51 national research projects including two-phase flow, microgravity combustion, vapor phase epitaxy, metal alloy nucleation, and supercooling. The offer was a research fund of 1.57 billion XIN new dollars. The conditions for building a microgravity laboratory on the ground were quite difficult, and the UA had been trying to obstruct Hua's participation in the International Space Station project, making the microgravity experiment only possible on the ground. After all, the cost of maintaining a large space station alone was too expensive. To simulate the gravity-free environment in the experiment, Hua's solution was to design a tall tower that simulated the microgravity environment through free fall. In the National Microgravity Laboratory established in 1995, the design of the 100-meter drop tower, in which the microgravity time of the landing system was 3.5 seconds, and the microgravity time of the drop tube system was 3.26 seconds. Both parameters were already considered top-notch in the world. This achievement was worth being proud of, but it was also very helpless, because they were forced to adapt and innovate. After the summit, the first thing that the Hua representative told Jiang Chen was to set up a microgravity laboratory in Celestial City and offered a quote of 1.07 billion. Converted into Hua's local currency, it was a huge sum of more than 7 billion. But compared to the tens of billions of huge costs of building a space station alone, and the unimaginable maintenance costs, the figure was nothing. Since Hua was the first country to work with celestial trade, the microgravity laboratory cooperation document signed with Hua became the blueprint for negotiations with other parties. Subsequently, Russia also reached an agreement with celestial trade to invest 950 million to build a relatively small microgravity laboratory in the gravity-free section of Celestial City, which replaced the original Russian area expansion on the International Space Station. However, the majority of the income didn't come from this. It was the private companies that made Jiang Chen his fortune. Formerly, space was still an unattainable dream for ordinary people. If it was not a rich man, only people who signed SpaceX's Mars program to board the one-way spacecraft could achieve their space dream. But now was the turning point. Celestial Trade announced the fare of the space elevator on its official website. The base price of the adult fare before tax was only 1,500 XIN new dollars. It was even cheaper than most of the international flights during busy season. It was absurd. As if overnight, the space travel only the rich could afford suddenly became an international tour that even ordinary people could participate in. After SpaceX, the second company that came to see Jiang Chen was not a space exploration company. The business it operated was not related to aerospace, but related to the services industry. It was the famous Hilton Group. As early as the development of XIN's tourism project, the two sides already established a good relationship. Now, Hilton was aiming at the tourism prospects brought on by the space elevator. The moment the summit ended, Hilton Group President Christopher Naz-Sita requested a meeting with Jiang Chen and proposed an invitation for cooperation. Mr. Jiang Chen, we are quite optimistic about the prospects of the space elevator. We have studied all related information on the space elevator published by you. We hope to be able to purchase a total area of 24,000 to 30,000 square meters in the gravity-free section, low-gravity section and surface gravity section of the city to establish space-themed hotels. The cost of a space station was expensive largely because of the high cost of shipping. After the completion of the space elevator, the price of orbit construction would fall substantially. Take the $50 billion International Space Station as an example. If Celestial Trade wanted to build an identical one, the cost may be less than 1% of the budget. If the same living area were to be expanded on Celestial City, the cost could even be compressed to $100 million. Celestial City was located on the synchronous orbit, and the proposed area was much larger than Penglai City. If it were a year ago and the Hilton Hotel wanted to build a space-themed hotel with a living area of more than 10,000 square meters on the synchronous orbit, they wouldn't be able to afford this even if they sold the group itself. But now, with a mere cost of only 1.3 billion XIN new dollars, they could complete the project. However, before signing the contract, there was still a problem that required clarification. It was the opinion of the UAE government. The Hilton Group was a UAE company, but the UAE had yet to make any statement on whether to accept the cooperation framework of Celestial Trade. Jiang Chen was not against the idea of the Hilton Hotel settling in Celestial City, but if the UAE Department of Commerce decided to intervene, he was worried that the Hilton Group wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. After listening to Jiang Chen's concerns, Mr. Naz-Sita laughed and said nonchalantly, Mr. Jiang is worrying too much. We are also a multinational corporation, even the capital can't stop us from making money. We have a registered company on Coral Island that is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Hilton Group. The UA law can only go as far as Hawaii, and it will have no impact on our cooperation. After hearing this, Jiang Chen also laughed and extended his right hand. My pleasure. Mr. Nazeta grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and shook with force. My honor. The date of the contract signing was set on the day before Jiang Chen returned to Xi'an. Early in the morning, Nazeta brought his secretary to the door and sent the contract to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen already received an electronic version of the contract, passed it back to Celestial Trade Headquarters, and conducted a 3-round review by a team of professional lawyers. After getting the paper contract, Jiang Chen just scanned through it. After confirming that the contract was the same, he took a pen and signed his name. After the contract was signed, Christopher Nazeta invited Jiang Chen to have a meal with great enthusiasm. Jiang Chen also accepted his invitation. Having just signed a multi-billion-dollar investment project, Nazeta was naturally enthusiastic. Favors were liked by everyone, especially for the decision-maker of a large group like him. What ultimately decided whether or not he could continue in his position, to a large extent, was no longer just his ability, but his connections. A super premium customer like Jiang Chen was naturally an individual he wished to connect with. After the meal, Christopher Nazeta gave Jiang Chen a black diamond card. According to Nazeta, the perks of this black diamond card were more than a regular diamond card, and the card itself had never been released to the general public. Only the important customers of the Hilton Hotel received one. Customers with this black diamond card could enjoy the treatment of the presidential suite directly at the counter at any Hilton hotel in the world. Even if there was no room available, they would find a way to arrange it for you. As for everything else, all services were complimentary. Jiang Chen accepted the black diamond card and then bid farewell before returning to the hotel he stayed at. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen laid on the bed and began to browse through the holographic screen of his watch. He was returning to Xi'an tomorrow. Just when he began yawning and was prepared to go to bed early, a video that broke the number of views in a week caught his attention. The video was uploaded a week ago, and the time matched the first train ceremony of the space elevator passenger track. William James was shocked. He didn't even think the 20-second video he took, uploaded to YouTube, then posted to his Twitter would create an internet storm. He wasn't a social media influencer and no more than 100 people on Twitter followed him. Most of them were his real friends, with the rest of his following consisting of strangers. He didn't expect that just 2 hours after uploading the video would become viral and easily broke the 100,000 mark, rapidly moving towards the 500,000 views. Happiness came too suddenly and too inexplicably. William didn't realize what was going on and just watched his Twitter following skyrocketing. 2 hours ago, he saw a meteor outside the window of the space elevator. That's right, it was a meteor. Meteors were formed after friction with the atmosphere of the asteroid. There was no air in the universe, and naturally, it was impossible to form a gorgeous, flaming tail. He was convinced he didn't make a mistake, and that the bright spot had a flaming tail. In a dark universe, it was so bright and visible. Unlike most civil airliners, when the altitude exceeded 100 kilometers, the space elevator could access the network through the quantum communication satellites of Celestial Trade, and the network speed would still be quite fast. Clicking on the video he uploaded, he opened the comment page, and after watching the 20-second video, the netizens left their own amazed comments. God! What did I see? There are meteors in outer space. Isn't this a scene that is only visible in the atmosphere? There's nothing to see. I'm a professional pornography examiner. I have to watch thousands of videos every day. I can confidently say this video is photoshopped. There are too many unreasonable scenes, there are so many that I don't know where to start. To the comment above, you're not a professional pornography examiner. I perform video verification for the courts. From a professional point of view, this video doesn't have any synthetic components at all. In addition, Photoshop is an image processing software. Read more books before you speak online. The comment above is amazing. William looked at the line of comments on his phone. He didn't expect that the video he uploaded would create such heated discussions. The name of the video uploader's Twitter is William James. I saw it on the official website of Celestial Trade. The name of this person is included on the list of foreign guests participating in the first train ceremony. This video should be real, but how can they access the internet on the space elevator? Are you dumb? There's internet connection in all areas covered by the quantum communication satellite. There's free Wi-Fi in any place in XIN, yet you're asking how can they access the internet? He was dumbfounded by this. Just as he was preparing to post something on his Twitter, the elevator crew made an announcement. This CH-001 train is about to arrive. In the train deceleration phase, the carriage will experience upward gravity. To avoid accidents, please return to your seats and fasten your seat belt. The current speed is 2.1 km per second. The deceleration time is, the angular velocity was constant, and as the altitude increased, the linear velocity of the elevator itself naturally increased. The macroscopic performance was that the farther away from Earth, the more obvious the sense of weightlessness in the elevator felt. When the elevator arrived at the synchronous orbit, the speed of the passengers and the elevator would also reach the synchronous orbit rotating speed, at which time the elevator would reach complete weightlessness. At the end of deceleration, the passengers would follow the inertia upward, and the gravity parameter in the compartment would become a negative number. The ceiling and floor might be reversed. Therefore, the crew warmly reminded the passengers to return to their seats before entering the deceleration phase and fasten their seat belts. William looked at his unedited Twitter post on his phone and sighed helplessly. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket and returned to his seat. He made up his mind that by the time he arrived to the final destination, Celestial City, he would reply to all the curious comments. Jiang Chen also saw the video, although it was already a week after. The popularity of the video even challenged the large-scale documentary, Space Elevator Travel, launched by Celestial Trade and BBC. Humans had a natural tendency to gossip. Some people speculated that it was an alien spaceship, and some people speculated it was a burning asteroid, and even more weird netizens commented it was someone breaking the realm of the world. However, Jiang Chen, who was lying in bed, read the true identity of the unidentified flying object at first glance. It was the Bennu asteroid captured by Celestial Trade. A few days ago, the technical team led by Kelvin dragged it into the Earth and Moon system, and they were making the final minor adjustments to make the asteroid as close as possible to Earth. The closer to Earth it was, the lower the mining cost. But what Jiang Chen didn't think about was that the rocket hanging in front of this asteroid could be seen so clearly from the synchronous orbit. Jiang Chen's sleepiness suddenly disappeared as he jerked up from bed, and changed to a more comfortable posture to lean on the pillows. His fingers swiped over the holographic screen and entered keywords with his voice, then he began to concentrate on the related news. In less than 2 minutes, he found what he was looking for. As early as the second day the video was uploaded, the capital received a petition to investigate the meteor in space. In just 5 days, the number of signatures on the petition broke 100,000. According to regulations, once the number of signatures reached 100,000, the capital must respond. The capital's approach was also very simple. They tasked the duty to Bolden, who had just returned from Canberra, and they handed over the investigation to NASA. NASA also lived up to their expectations. After 2 days of investigation, NASA Director Bolden clarified the matter through the official website of the Capitol. It had nothing to do with an extraterrestrial civilization like the Martians, it was an asteroid. It was an asteroid with quite a name. Its name was Bennu, and the scientific prediction was that it would collide with the Earth at the end of the 22nd century. On the top of the asteroid was a net made out of special materials, which was connected by 8 rocket engines in the front. The mystery was revealed, and the elongated light wasn't the tail of the asteroid, but the flickering tail of rockets flying in front of the asteroid. The mystery was revealed and the Bennu asteroid was pulled into the Earth and Moon system from its original orbit. And all this turned out to be artificial. It blew the minds of NASA's experts and they also felt nervous for Mother Earth. According to the data observed by NASA, Bennu rotated the Sun at a speed of 63,000 miles per hour, which was not slow compared to the Earth's revolution. A collision with Earth would be equivalent to detonating 3 billion tons of explosives. It was no match for the asteroid that made the dinosaurs extinct, but it was certainly a big thing for mankind. Jiang Chen went onto the official website of the Capitol and glanced at the time when NASA published the report. The time was exactly 5 o'clock that afternoon. At that time, he had just signed a contract with the president of the Hilton Hotel, and the two went to a hotel owned by Hilton to have a meal. No wonder I didn't receive any news at all. This is really a coincidence, Jiang Chen muttered to himself while beginning to deliberate. He didn't file the plan to the United Nations to capture the small asteroid because in his view, there was absolutely no need for it. The fact was that if he actually did file it, he would be asking for trouble. Apart from causing unnecessary panic, there would be no benefit at all. Now, this asteroid caught the attention of the UA, or rather, caught the attention of the whole world. Although there was no direct evidence that the 8 rocket engines were masterpieces of celestial trade, which other company in the world could do something this outrageous? It took everything SpaceX had to send a detector to the asteroid to take a rock sample. Either the aliens made a joke with Earth or celestial trade was joking with all humans. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pinch his brows. What to do now? Chapter 942 Is this really just a space station? Is this Celestial City? The universe was cold, but standing there, Zhang Feng with short sleeves only felt the coolness like an air-conditioned room. With his foot stepping on the solid metal floor, he was surprised to feel gravity similar to Earth here. This should be the gravity section of Celestial City, which was the balance hammer part of Celestial City. Standing around him, except for the man named William who was playing with his phone, everyone went to the transparent floor-to-ceiling window and examined the beauty of Mother Earth. This 5-hour journey took a century. Rudolph Clark reached out and gently stroked the reflection of the Earth on the window, opening the wooden box he had been holding on his chest. It was his grandfather's photo inside. The old man who had predicted this day with his imagination. Although everything was late by almost 20 years. Can I throw it into space? Rudolph found a guide who was waiting for them at the exit of the space elevator. He asked with a sincere but serious expression, "It was my grandfather's last wish." The young guide shook his head and rejected Mr. Rudolph's request. No, any space debris that left the space station would become a potential safety hazard, and in the future, it may cost tens of billions to recover them. It's just a photo. Rudolph tried to convince the tour guide, but the tour guide still shook his head and rejected his request. Photos flying at 3.1 kilometers per second are no different from blades. And it was the kind of blade that could cut steel. Although regrettable, Rudolph wasn't a very unreasonable person. The tour guide nodded at him, thanking him for his understanding. Then he walked over to everyone, clapping his hands and indicating for everyone to look in his direction. Welcome, visitors to Celestial City Space Station. My name is Lu Fengming. I will be your guide for the day. If you encounter any problems during the tour, please be sure to consult me. I will do my best to provide assistance. I don't want to say too much more, so I wish you a pleasant trip. The guide's concise opening remarks immediately won Zhang Feng's goodwill. He wasn't the type who talked much, and he naturally didn't like people who spoke a lot. The group followed Lu Fengming and walked into the space station. From the side, the entire space elevator is like a Y plugged into the Earth, and the opening is like a ring. Now, we're inside the ring, also known as the gravity section. We can feel gravity, but in fact, it's not gravity but pseudo-gravity generated by centrifugation. Yes, us, the floor under our feet, and the space we're in are all rotating around the axis of the space elevator, rotating at a speed of several kilometers per second. Thanks to this ring that opens outwards and rotates continuously, the center of gravity of the entire space elevator can stay in the synchronous orbit and we can feel gravity similar to what we would feel on Earth. We are now standing in this ring, facing the center of the circle. Having said that, Lu Fengming paused and thought for a moment, then said, "The specific principle is hard to explain. You can view us as a group of hamsters who are running on a running wheel non-stop," Lu Fengming explained humorously and amused many travelers. They all carried future phones with a voice translator, and there was no communication barrier after wearing the headphones. Many people felt very strange because they weren't floating. Now after listening to the tour guide's explanation, although it was by no means scientific, they gained a rough understanding. After listening to Lu Fengming's words, academician Lu Zhuxing looked up thoughtfully and looked down. His expression was relieved for a moment then excited for a bit. He sighed for some time, seemingly lost. It's really worthy of being called a miracle. Is this really something humans can complete? To accelerate the entire star ring, what angular momentum is at the center of the shaft? What metal can withstand the tremendous amount of mechanical force? Titanium alloy? Impossible, even titanium alloy couldn't do it. Graphene? That was even more impossible. Graphene was strong enough, but the commonality of carbon-based materials was that their anti-wear ability was generally poor. It would be impossible to make gears or axes. Compared to Lu Zhuxing's shock, Dmitry from ESA was completely numb. Unlike Lu Zhuxing, who specialized in the field of rockets, he was also very accomplished in space station research and even participated in the design of the International Space Station. In contrast to Lu Zhuxing, he was more deeply aware of the technological power ingrained inside the giant space station. If the International Space Station and Celestial City were placed side by side, the International Space Station built by multiple countries was more like a small boat in front of a harbor. The group continued to move forward and walk down the corridor. Here, the Earth wasn't at their feet but forever fixed outside the glass window on their side, like a vivid window flower. This is the corridor of Celestial City. We have residential rooms next to us. Below us is a rapid train that allows us to move quickly in this ring city. You can think of a subway in a city because it really is below our feet. The space inside the city was spacious without the illusion of walking on a pipe. They walked for about 1 kilometer and came to the front of a door. After some pressure adjustment, the door slowly opened, revealing an elevator. The crowd stood in the elevator and the door closed. As the floor jumped from 1 to 3, they were like moles who were sneaking out to the surface, and their field of vision suddenly expanded. Stepping over the porch, Zhang Feng looked up. Through the transparent dome, he saw the space elevator with the background of the starry sky and the whole picture of the city. Looking down at the front, the shocking color in his pupils became more and more intense. It was a field of wheat. Golden wheat moved like sea waves, bathed in a cold-colored UV light, and the circulating airflow slowly rose and fell. At the end of the wheat field was a field of verdant green, where other varieties of vegetables were grown. He didn't know how to use the word endless, because he really couldn't see the end of the field. He could only see the green and blocks that connected the universe and city. People can live in the pipeline, but they can't endure the small space forever. 80% of the living space in the city is designed in the corridor we just passed. Every 10 kilometers or so, we will design an inserted space station, which covers an area of about 2,000 acres. It's like a piece of paper stuck to a ring. We can farm in it, plant flowers and grass, build real estate, and manufacture light and heavy industries. We can do everything we can on Earth. If you look at it, you might think this is advanced technology. No, it's not as advanced as the corridor you passed through, not even 1/10. If necessary, we can continue to expand the space. If we don't consider resources, we can even embed this kind of space station with no advantage other than the area around the ring. Lu Fengming again paused and added a sentence. Of course, when I said no advantage, I meant before it's developed. Listening to the tour guide, Lu Zhusheng, who was listening carefully like a primary school student, twitched his eyes. Is this really just a space station? Was this really just a space station? It wasn't just Lu Zhusheng who was shocked. When the netizens around the world saw the video Celestial Trade released and the photos taken by the first passengers to the city, they were stunned by this magnificent space station. In an aviation fan forum in Hua, a member reposted the pictures on Celestial Trade's official website onto the forum. The entire forum then boiled and instantly filled up with countless discussions on this topic. The members who originally just lurked on the forum all engaged in heated discussion about the photos that looked like they were taken from movies. My God, did I walk into Star Trek Studio? Star Trek Studio. Are special effects and real life comparable? Other than pointless comments, some people discussed the pictures published by Celestial Trade from a technical perspective. For example, someone who claimed to be an expert in the relevant field jumped out and posted a somewhat technical piece. Using the ring as the counterweight operates around the axis at an extremely fast speed. The tension is applied to the cable-like track by centrifugation to ensure that the track is tight. The balance hammer itself is used as a living space, using centrifugation to provide gravity. The person who proposed this design is a genius. Like this discussion post, when the number of clicks and replies reached to a certain point, naturally, industry experts began to share their opinions. Apart from those new members, there was usually no shortage of technical experts actually in the aerospace field. For example, a senior member named Aerospace Private not only had countless certification badges hanging under his ID, but it also stated he was working at Hua Aerospace Science and Industry Group. He was a member of the forum for quite some time. In an era when the Space Enthusiast Forum was still discussing Microsoft's Freelancer, he was already active on the forum. A genius made this design possible. Every time you transport materials to the space station, the position of the center of gravity will change. If the weight of the counterweight is increased to offset the speed of the cantilever, the amount of calculation involved will be an astronomical number. It's estimated that even Tianhe No. 1 would have to calculate for half a day in order to obtain the optimized result. When the expert spoke, it immediately attracted countless attention. My God, then is the main control computer that controls the space elevator balance system even more powerful than Tianhe No. 1? Aerospace Private scoffed when he saw the countless amateur comments. As an avid fan of future technology, he replied with a few lines, is this difficult for them? You might not know, but the supercomputer chip used by Tianhe No. 2 is designed by Future Technology and manufactured by Future Heavy Industries. It's known as Dragon Cavalry X1 supercomputer chip. Using new LIX architecture, graphene material, and 7 nanometers processing, even the industry leader Intel envied at this technological masterpiece. I tell you, every year the amount of patent fees Intel pays to Future Group is enough to buy several public companies. When he mentioned patent fees, Aerospace Private couldn't stop his praise. Since joining the WTO, when it came to the high-tech field, especially the electronics industry, Hua must pay tens of billions of patent fees to the electronic giants Intel and Qualcomm every year. Although he wasn't in the semiconductor industry, he still felt proud. What? Future Group isn't a Hua-based company? Why does that matter? It's a company created in Hua, and it's a company started by someone was born in Hua. Of course, the technological details were always discussed by a small group of people, and most people focused on other, more explosive elements of the news. The news was posted on the official website along with pictures, drawing the attention of every viewer. Celestial City signed a contract with Hilton Hotel for a total area of 30,000 square meters to create the world's first space-themed hotel. Earlier, Celestial Trade announced the fare of the space elevator on the official website. The pre-tax base price of an adult fare was only 1,500 XIN new dollars. The economy class fare was even cheaper than some airfare. People without money saw an opportunity to tour outer space, and people with money saw an opportunity for space tourism. Hilton went all the way up to build up a hotel, so why can't I go up and sell a biscuit? Although Celestial Trade's ticket sales had yet to open, everyone's hearts had already flown to the beautiful Coral Island. Almost all the famous and influential travelers were all astonished by the ridiculously cheap space tour. Many of them had already traveled the world, but none of them visited space before. When they heard Celestial Trade released ticket information, their passion to explore was immediately ignited. The best course of action was to wait on Coral Island. While countless people were planning to travel to Xi'an, something even crazier happened. A certain popular figure in Hua commented and scoffed Southern Airlines, not because of the quality of service, but because the tickets were completely sold out. This is insane. I just went to Southern Airlines' official website to look at tickets. All the tickets to Xi'an were sold out. Yes, they were all sold out. Even the first class. The innocent me thought I could buy a ticket. I didn't expect the tickets for the next month to already be sold out. A stone cast 1,000 ripples, and countless fans replied. Really? Why doesn't Southern Airlines offer more flights? Are you stupid? There are only 2 airports on Coral Island in total. The third airport is still constructing its runway. There is a high demand here, so there is low demand everywhere else. It takes time to construct a runway. Plus, flights can't be easily added. Now it's possible to go to Xi'an through a cruise. Fly to Xiangjiang or Wanghai or Guangdong or Guangxi, then take a cruise to Ange Island. However, if not limited by finances, I recommend flying to Australia first before taking a cruise there, it will be faster. In addition to those well-known influencers, the $1,500 space tour also became widespread among ordinary people. After reading some blogs, some aspiring young women inexplicably thought going to space would be a spiritual journey for the soul. However, the space elevator wasn't a Sichuan-Tibet line, and they couldn't hitch a ride from a good-hearted person. So someone asked for help. Sisters, where are the lucky travel guides of Celestial Trade? This is very urgent. There was also a selfie attached. In this age filled with good-hearted people, someone would help, naturally. For example, a netizen with a wide range of ideas replied. You can buy a ticket to Xi'an first, then try to see if you can get a free ride from Mr. Jiang. If you can get on his limited edition Lamborghini, he definitely won't mind sending you to heaven. It wasn't just the netizens around the world who were stunned, but also the governments that just participated in the United Nations Outer Space Summit. However, they didn't show their shock through official channels, but they worked overtime to re-examine whether they underestimated the true value of the space elevator. 1. This refers to the phenomenon of young women traveling to Tibet with a budget. They hitch a ride with people along the highway in exchange for sexual favors. The busy runway didn't affect Jiang Chen's return from Canberra. Busy runway? At his level, even if a runway wasn't available, Coral Island International Airport would find a way to construct one for him. In the worst-case scenario, his private jet could land at New Moon Island's military base. That runway could even land in 225, let alone a Gulfstream G650. Back to Coral Island, it was the 5th day after the United Nations Outer Space Summit, and the successful first train of the space elevator was a week ago. In a few days, the passengers on Celestial City would return to the surface. Nowadays, Celestial City was empty. Other than an experimental field that used some of the Garden of Eden's technology, only a small area of living space was available that could fit around 1,000 people. Only 30 of the astronauts who traveled to the space station would stay in the city. The first thing Jiang Chen did after he got off the plane was to see Kelvin. The asteroid capture project was completed, and 8 rocket engines all stalled. They quietly rotated around an asteroid 500 meters in diameter in a circular orbit far from Earth. Kelvin was in charge of preparing for the launch of the Dragon spacecraft. It was the outsourced project from SpaceX for only 2 million XND. Compared to the earnings of the first 2 projects, it was negligible. The launching was quite simple. The robotic arm would lower the Dragon spacecraft on the outer track of the space elevator, then the rest of the steps were all foolproof. The launching task was given to his assistant so that Kelvin, who was already bone-skinny, could give himself a small vacation. He didn't want to do anything other than sleeping on his private island he bought for 10 million. He wanted to catch up on all the sleep he lost last year. However, after spending just 2 days of leisure time on the island, he was disturbed by Jiang Chen's helicopter. The helicopter's rotors blew the sand away on the beach as Kelvin sat up from his beach chair. Seeing as it was Jiang Chen, his furrowed eyebrows instantly disappeared as he greeted Jiang Chen with a smile. The technology of celestial trade completely blew the mind of the scientist from Mississippi. Who did he respect the most in the company? It was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Even if their work relationship didn't exist, Jiang Chen's strategic foresight alone was worthy of his respect. President Jiang, what brought you here? There's a problem with the asteroid project. Have you read the news? Gaining his footing on the beach, Jiang Chen was straightforward. Kelvin took a moment to think, then shook his head. No, what happened? Like most companies, Celestial Trade certainly had a public relations department, and public opinion monitoring was its responsibility. Unfortunately, the asteroid capture project was a high-level secret within Celestial Trade. Apart from the relevant personnel, even the group's top management didn't know the Space Launch Center executed a plan to capture the asteroid. Until NASA's observations came out that the Bennu asteroid was guided by 8 rockets. The responsible people from public relations realized this matter might be related to their own company. Jiang Chen briefly explained to Kelvin what happened and asked his opinion. They can see the construction site on the space elevator. Kelvin had a speechless expression as he thought for a while, still unable to come up with a suitable word to describe this coincidence. Celestial Trade didn't use traditional chemical rocket engines as the propulsion device. They used an electric propulsion rocket engine named RM-400, modified by Jiang Lin, based on the RM-320 rocket engine. Electric propulsion was using electric energy to generate thrust using electric field. The application of electric propulsion technology in the aerospace field actually appeared at the end of the 20th century, but it was limited by insufficient thrust, so the technology was not widely applied. In the apocalypse, electric propulsion technology didn't make a big breakthrough until the middle of the 21st century. Among them, the plasma propulsion derived from electric propulsion technology was used in some engines of Chang'e-1 space colonization ship. The technical aspect was also very simple. It was nothing more than electrons in the ion body experiencing Hall effect under the action of the cross-vertical electric and magnetic fields, and the ions propelled out were used to form thrust to move the spacecraft forward. However, this seemingly simple technology in the modern world remained in the conceptual phase. In the modern world, even Ad Astra Rocket Company, the company with the farthest progress in rocket engines, just used this concept as a way to draw investors. The characteristic of this type of engine was that it didn't form overly visible tail flames at the tail of the rocket. This wasn't to be underestimated as it was quite critical. This meant that with the naked eye, the spacecraft using this engine could only be observed at a certain angle or close enough distance. And if it was on the ground, in most cases, even if people did discover it, it would usually be treated as an ordinary star without drawing too much attention. Now, the outside world has speculated it's Celestial Trade who dragged the asteroid into the Earth-Moon system. Because of the controversy created by a certain group, a wave of negative public opinion formed. The Celestial Trade didn't drag a big mine into the Earth-Moon system, but an equivalent of 3 billion tons of explosives. This has no scientific basis. Kelvin facepalmed. Yes, but you can't expect everyone to study physics and learn to think rationally. Jiang Chen mocked. The Bennu asteroid capture program was already successful, and even without considering the dozens of tons of explosives placed on the asteroid, there was no need to worry about any safety hazards. As for why, it was easy to explain. Since Bennu was captured by the gravity of the Earth-Moon system, its relative speed with Earth as the reference point already dropped to less than 10 kilometers per second. Even if it really crashed into Earth, the impact would be much smaller compared to before. It was a headache. After some discussion, Jiang Chen made a decision. The asteroid mining program will start right away, and we must change the public's false impression that our asteroid is not under our control. As long as the public could see that celestial trade not only possessed the ability to drag this trouble beside the Earth, but they also possessed the ability to solve the trouble, all negative opinion would fade away. The plan was completed as early as last year and only required some minor adjustments. After arranging this task, Jiang Chen didn't hold up Kelvin's vacation any longer. He boarded the helicopter and flew away from the private island. Looking at the beach hut covered with sand and mud, Kelvin twitched uncontrollably. If he knew, he would have built a tarmac. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gave up the urge to clean himself and called the construction company. The company's phone number was left for him when he bought the mansion. Its business scope wasn't only renovations but also maintenance, cleaning and other value-added services. But then, his plan for a vacation on this beautiful uninhabited island just went down the drain. 1. Zheng He, a Chinese mariner from the Ming dynasty. Zheng commanded expeditionary treasure voyages to Southeast Asia, South Asia, Western Asia, and East Africa from 1405 to 1433. According to legend, his larger ships carried hundreds of sailors on 4 decks and were almost twice as long as any wooden ship ever recorded. Source: Wikipedia. After the 1-week visit, the group of international friends celestial trade invited started to return home. The rectangular train moved from the edge of the celestial ring to the center track, then started its descent in the narrow elevator track. Almost at the same time, at the other end of the main axis, the blue electric arc flashed for a second and a black dot was thrown into the vast universe. Phew! With a sigh of relief, the pilot moved his stiff fingers. His right thumb gently moved the joystick and turned off the breathing aid. The feeling of electromagnetic acceleration was terrible. Although he was injected with the genetic vaccine that strengthened his body and he conducted anti-pressure training, without a breathing aid and decompression cockpit, the acceleration of 12 g and the acceleration time of more than 1 minute could still squeeze out the last trace of air from his chest. Lu Qingping moved his sore neck around, then opened the dial on the holographic helmet. Half a year ago, he moved to XIN through the Space Volunteer Immigration Policy. Originally, he only planned to work for 3 years before transferring to become an electrician, but he didn't expect to become an employee of celestial trade because of certain aspects of his talent, let alone that he would ultimately become a pilot of Stingray P-1. The plan was executed half a month ahead of schedule, but it had no effect on him. Although it was his first mission, he was quite calm. After all, he lost track of the number of hours he flew in virtual reality. Now even with his eyes closed, he could pilot this spacecraft to Bennu asteroid. There was no reference point in the universe. Even if he was moving away from the Earth at a speed of 7.2 kilometers per second, he couldn't distinguish any change in the starry sky with the naked eye. His finger pointed at the operation panel. Lu Qingping opened the voice control system. Open the task beacon. The side light of the helmet flickered, and an asteroid constructed by 3-dimensional lines emerged in his field of vision. A line marking the word Bennu appeared on the upper part of the asteroid. Then a yellowish path emerged in his vision, drawing a slightly curved arc from the cockpit of the Stingray P-1 to the position of the asteroid. Route is set. Plasma engine output is 40%. Move. In the dark universe, the tail of the Stingray P-1 formed faint blue light particle ripples, and the spacecraft soared away. At the command center on the surface, a male and a female figure stood in front of a large screen. They watched the instant images returning from more than 400,000 kilometers away. Outside the atmosphere, speed and distance were always just monotonous characters. If 400,000 kilometers was on Earth, it would be enough to circle the equator 10 times. However, for the Stingray X-1 series spacecraft that cruised at a speed of 20 kilometers per second, the flight time was less than half of the duration of an international flight from Asia to North America. After Jiang Chen learned that the first mining spacecraft set sail, he went to Space Launch Center. Out of curiosity, Xia Shiyu also came along. In the picture, Stingray P-1 that completed deceleration turned off the engine and slowly approached the asteroid that was intertwined by the graphene cable. Stingray deployed the mining module like a water spider. A blue light blade formed in front of the two robotic arms. They weren't laser knives but ion jets with temperatures up to tens of thousands of degrees. The highest temperature could poke a hole in steel with a single touch, and it could naturally cut through minerals. The two ion jets interlaced together and cut two holes in the ore body easily. The other two robotic arms were like two pliers and attached to the outer shell of the asteroid. The two forearm tools changed, turning the ion jets into two alloy hammer-like props and smashing along the cut. The Stingray X-1 separated the ore chunk from the asteroid, and the entire operation stunned Xia Shiyu. It was strange to see a stunned expression from her. It's like producing a movie. Xia Shiyu praised. And it's a sci-fi blockbuster, Jiang Chen added. He had already seen the 3D simulation of Stingray P-1. Of course, he wasn't as stunned as Xia Shiyu, who was now seeing such a futuristic mining method. Xia Shiyu suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. Why don't we move it to the synchronous orbit? Jiang Chen smiled and began to show off his aerospace knowledge that he acquired during the process. While the diameter of the asteroid is only 500 meters, it has a much higher mass. If it's too close to Earth, gravity will drag it down. Of course, it's not impossible to move it to the synchronous orbit. We just have to add a spiral arm as a counterweight, similar to the design of Celestial City, and it can hang in the sky. But from the cost considerations, it is absolutely unnecessary. The pulse engine used by Stingray is powered by nuclear fusion cells, and the fuel cost isn't high. Except for the acceleration and deceleration phase, the aircraft that sets the route is only in inertial cruising for a long distance. We just need to send the Stingray to the asteroid, cut the ore from its body, and pull it back through the cargo craft. Stingray P-1 was like a mosquito feasting on a piece of fat meat. It continuously peeled the ore from the asteroid and collected it into a foldable container. Waiting next to it was the cargo spacecraft independently developed by Celestial Trade. It used the RM-400 plasma propulsion engine. While the acceleration performance was inferior compared to the pulse engine, it was more suitable for large and medium-sized cargo spacecraft due to the high thrust. After all, the cargo spacecraft didn't need to perform anything highly maneuverable, it just needed to transport in straight lines. Xia Shiyu glanced at Jiang Chen and her mouth formed a sweet curvature. Unlike Aisha, if she was asked when Jiang Chen was the most attractive, her answer would undoubtedly be when he was confident. The relationship between the two was now much closer. As promised last year, Jiang Chen selectively told Xia Shiyu about the apocalypse. In fact, even he didn't say anything, Xia Shiyu had already guessed something, but she just never made mention of it. However, when she heard Jiang Chen narrating his story, she was quite surprised. As Jiang Chen expected, the scenario in her mind was almost completely different from his actual situation. She originally thought Jiang Chen had transmigrated to a galaxy that entered the interstellar era, and the reason why he spared no effort in developing space technology was to help the Earth fight against an interstellar civilization. And because of certain restrictions, he was forced to go back and stay for a while. Women's imaginations were certainly fascinating. Her creativity was enough to create a Hollywood blockbuster. After a while, the minerals collected by Stingray P-1 already filled a container. Two mechanical arms clamped the hook of the cargo container, and Stingray P-1 carried the cargo container to the side of the cargo spacecraft, then slowly placed the cargo in the cargo compartment at the abdomen of the ship, and the mechanical arms removed a memory alloy plate from the cargo spacecraft. Upon powering up, the memory alloy plate would unfold into a similar container. The next step was to repeat the work. Xia Xiyu still had something to deal with, so Jiang Chen left the launch center and boarded the yacht at the port. Just as he was preparing to return to Coral Island, a call from Presidential Palace rang on his watch. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yaping immediately said, "We're in trouble." The recent space elevator created a frenzy on the internet, and thus, the Bennu asteroid didn't draw much attention. From Doomsday 2000 to the unremarkable Christmas in 2012, people were no longer bothered by the different end-of-world conspiracies. Even if Jiang Chen stood in front of the media and told them there was an alien ship from the universe sailing to them 20.5 light-years away for nearly a century, people would probably just smile and label the president richer than most countries with humorous and love to joke. Because of this, while the criticism against celestial trade's irresponsible actions was harsh, it wasn't intense by any means. However, this didn't mean some countries would give up this point of attack or stop criticizing celestial trade on the space hegemony. For example, the UA, their partner EU, and Latin American countries didn't stop. ESA first protested the irresponsible behavior of XIN and asked XIN to explain the incident at the United Nations General Assembly in September that year. Hua only expressed a statement that it was paying close attention to the progress of the incident and believed XIN would properly handle the issue of the Bennu asteroid. Considering the recent cooperation with celestial trade on the microgravity laboratory project, the diplomatic language of Hua remained relatively peaceful. However, it expressed some dissatisfaction about pulling Bennu into the Earth-Moon system without the knowledge of the international community. The stance of the UA was quite tough, requiring XIN to immediately produce evidence to prove the safety of Bennu asteroid, otherwise, NASA would begin to investigate plans to destroy the Bennu asteroid in outer space. When Jiang Chen heard the word trouble from Zhang Yaping, he suddenly laughed and scoffed. Destroy. I'll let them destroy it, but can they destroy it? The difficulty of landing on an asteroid would be much more difficult than landing on the moon. It would be even more difficult to transport enough explosives to blast the asteroid. Jiang Chen certainly trusted that NASA had the strength to calculate the orbit of the asteroid and trusted that SpaceX had the ability to send explosives up there. But sending dozens of special explosives up and installing them properly? Just with the toothpick known as the Falcon 9. If UA allocated 1/10 of its military budget to SpaceX, gave them 2 years to come up with a plan, 2 years to implement the plan, he was confident they could probably blow Bennu up. Anyway, his space elevator wouldn't help transport explosives. Jiang Chen's reply to Zhang Yaping was also very simple. There's only one way to resolve this, drag this on. We already started the mining program ahead of schedule, and we will publish an edited asteroid mining video soon after. They're worried about being hit by the asteroid on the head. Then let them take a good look at the gap between indigenous and civilized people. When they see our ability to dissect the asteroid, they won't be suspicious any longer. I'll have to go to future mining. That's it from me. In the capital, William James in a Marine Corps uniform was led by a female secretary to the door of a conference room. He had just returned from Coral Island, and as soon as he got off the plane, he was invited by his superiors there. The female secretary nodded at him, pushed the door of the conference room for him, then retreated to the side. James said thank you and walked in the door. When he saw the people in the conference room, he was completely blown away. He definitely recognized NASA's Director Bolden. Sitting next to Bolden was the head of Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, Anthony Cregan, a skinny man with a hooked nose and freckles. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, also known as DARPA. There was another nickname for this remarkable department, known as SHIELD. As for the two people sitting at the head of the table, they were even more powerful. One was the current Secretary of Defense, Ashton Carter, and the other was President Hill. Taking a deep breath, William James was preparing to salute to his immediate boss, but Mr. Carter didn't plan to waste any time and immediately said, "Mr. James, we want to hear what you've seen in Celestial City." William James certainly wouldn't refuse. The reason why the UA government sent the Marine Corps to go to the ceremony was to obtain intelligence. The soldier nodded. After swallowing, he began to narrate. After about a 5-hour voyage, we arrived at the space station located at the synchronous orbit, which is Celestial City. It's a bit slower than rockets. Mr. Cregan lowered his voice and said to Hill, "Our Falcon rockets would only take half an hour to complete the journey." SpaceX received technical support from the DARPA department when developing the Falcon series rockets, so the term "our Falcon rocket" used by Cregan wasn't wrong. But when he said that, Bolden glanced at him, said nothing, and moved his gaze away after 2 seconds. Hill nodded and didn't speak, but continued to focus on James, waiting for the soldier to continue. After arriving at the terminal, Celestial Trade sent a tour guide to take us inside Celestial City. According to him, the entire city was a ring, and the ring was also the counterweight of the space elevator. There were subways, living units, and external space stations. William James paused, and there was a hint of fascination in his eyes. The most shocking thing was that they moved farmland to the space station. The high-level officials present all stared at each other. Only Cregan had a disdained look and began to play with his pen. There was also a planting unit on the International Space Station. This is nothing special. It's nothing to be shocked about. We saw the pumpkins shipped back from the International Space Station a decade ago. Was there anything else besides this? Hill and Ashton also nodded. Just planting vegetables in space wasn't novel technology. As early as 10 years ago, the UA had solved this problem in the laboratory. 14 years afterward, it approved the establishment of a space farm in the UA section of the International Space Station and successfully planted a variety of surface plants such as cabbages and carrots. Compared with these insignificant technologies, they were more concerned about the potential value of Celestial City from a military and economic point of view. Of all the people present, only Borden was indifferent. Returning from the Outer Space Summit, he clearly understood how ahead Celestial Trade was in space technology. It wasn't good to go against the boss, but William James felt it was necessary to remind everyone in the room, so he said in a quiet voice, "But they have an area of 2,000 acres, the conference room was quiet, and even a needle falling on the ground could be heard." The pen being spun already dropped on the notebook, and Cregan's mouth opened slightly, closed, and opened again, like a robot. Hill had no expression, she was expressionless, because she didn't know how to express her shocked state. Even Bolden's expression changed drastically. Even though he was prepared, he was also stunned by Celestial Trade. Is it easy to grow vegetables in space? It's really simple. But what about large-scale farming? These are two totally different concepts. An external space station with an area of more than 2,000 acres. Can this really be called a space station? Seeing that as his own boss, the defense minister, didn't have a pleasant expression, William James hesitated and whispered, "Should I continue?" "Go on then," Hill ordered. Seeing Ashton nod, William James went on. "Most of the space station is made up of open space. We only saw a single 2,000 acres farmland. The people present there were relieved. It seemed this kind of astonishing technology might be difficult to manufacture. Even with the financial resources of Celestial Trade, they could only build one." But then, William James' next words made everyone's moods that just improved slightly enter into a state of despair. Cregan's chin, which had finally closed, dropped open again. "I asked the tour guide why the open spaces weren't all planted with wheat. He told me this type of external space station has many uses, not just farming. They're going to build houses and build factories. Just because there are very few people currently in Celestial City, and there is no need to develop so many agricultural areas. Just then, William James's speech was interrupted, and an assistant-looking man pushed the door open and rushed into the conference room. With so many dissatisfied looks, he couldn't be bothered at the moment. He took out his iPhone from his pocket and looked up at Hill in a dignified manner. "What? Mr. Eric, don't you know we're in a meeting now? Celestial Trade just made a new move. You asked me to follow them closely. Believe me, I definitely didn't mean to interrupt the meeting. Please allow me to take up 3 minutes." The man named Eric clicked on his phone a few times, then presented the phone to Hill. It was a video, and it looked more similar to an edit from a sci-fi movie. Hill frowned. Why did the assistant break into the conference room to show her this Hollywood movie? Ashton glanced at the video and didn't take it seriously at first, but he seemed to have discovered something, and soon, his expression gradually became more interesting. Bolden's expression became blank as soon as he saw the panorama view of the asteroid. For a while, his stiff facial muscles twitched, and he whispered, "This is the Bennu asteroid. The video doesn't look like special effects." Hill, who was enjoying the video, shouted out as if she had just seen a ghost. "That's impossible. That's impossible." With a critical attitude, Fred opened a video called Asteroid Mining Record on Celestial Trade's website. His expression gradually turned from disdain to suspicion, then changed from disdain to shock. When he saw 2 robotic arms popping up 2 laser knives like lightsabers, his heart suddenly sank. Then there was the exclamation, "That's impossible." The video continued. The 2 laser knives interlaced, and 2 holes were created without any hindrance. Then the tool turned into a hammer, and the large ore was peeled off from the asteroid. The mechanical hammer smashed on the ore, and at the same time, it slammed on his heart. The technical capabilities of future mining completely shattered his doubts and disdain. He was the editor-in-chief of the Nouveau York Times technology editorial. In recent years, he realized that readers seemed to be more and more keen on understanding what Future Group created compared to Apple and Microsoft's product launches. Since NASA's announcement that Celestial Trade had dragged the Bennu asteroid to the Earth-Moon system, he already published dozens of articles in succession and continued to follow the story. Who gave the power to the madman on the other side of the Pacific Ocean to drag a 3 billion TNT equivalent asteroid close to our home? Technology must be limited. Unconstrained technology will only accelerate our destruction. This time it's 3 billion tons of explosives. What about next time? 10 billion tons. God can't save us. We'll become extinct like the dinosaurs after a hard landing of the asteroid. As the editor of the technology editorial, his comments seemed to be largely inappropriate. But as an editor who climbed up the ranks as a reporter, he knew what a journalist should say. The seriousness and rigor of the news? No, that was the old tradition of the last century. News without hype and sensation has no future. Therefore, he chose to oppose mainstream society. At the same time, he also believed he was obliged to stand up and remind the UA citizens who were blindly pursuing future technology. They must be sensible in dealing with the more and more arrogant man. Because of his critical words and controversial speeches, he was even invited as a guest on famous talk shows and appeared on TV as the editor-in-chief. On his computer, a document criticizing Celestial Trade dragging the asteroid to the Earth-Moon system was already edited, and it could be published after his return. In order to create this piece, he traveled almost to all the colleges and universities in the country. He even flew to Massachusetts to see astronomical experts who taught at Harvard University to prove that mining on the Bennu asteroid was impractical and dangerous. He was very confident about this report. Because a professor at Harvard University assured him that even the most advanced technology in the world could only bring back a few mineral samples from the Bennu asteroid at best. The ore transported back and forth from 400,000 kilometers away would have a fuel consummation cost several times higher than the value of the collected ores. It turned out this professor had been in the laboratory for too long and couldn't keep up with the times. The video released by Celestial Trade slapped Fred's face so hard that he became numb. Impossible? Celestial Trade told him with actual footage that impossible was nothing. He speechlessly closed the video and rubbed his sore eyebrows. Fu*K, what have I done in the past half-month? He devoted too much effort on this report. However, if it was published, it would be like putting his face forward and asking people to slap it again. But if he just gave up? In the end, he made a decision to abandon the report, but the moment he hit delete, he felt like his heart started to bleed. Shangjing. In the Space Technology Laboratory of the National Science and Technology University, an old gray-haired professor was staring at the images on the computer screen meticulously. Standing behind him was an old man standing straight with a serious expression, and a middle-aged man with a square face. The old man's name was Lu Zhuxing, an academician of the Hua Academy of Sciences. He had just returned from Koro Island. After 2 or 3 days of rest, the old leader came to see him and gave him a video file. The video was the operation video of the latest Stingray P-1. The country was very interested in the engine used by the Stingray P-1 and the laser knife used to cut the ore, so they came to see him as the most prestigious expert in the aerospace field. They hoped he could carefully look at it and see if he could gain some clues from the video. After repeatedly watching the video a dozen times, academician Lu sighed and closed the video after the 20th time. The middle-aged man standing behind him rushed to ask, "What do you think?" "Academician Lu, did you find out anything?" Lu Zhuxing glanced at him, picked up the teacup, soothed his throat, and began to speak without hesitation. "If my guesses aren't wrong, their engine uses electric propulsion technology." The middle-aged man was slightly moved. He was about to say something, but academician Lu slowly spoke before he get a word in. "I know what you want to say. You want to say this is impossible. Electric rockets are less than an order of magnitude less powerful than chemical rockets in terms of thrust. But I want to tell you now that the specific impulse of the electromagnetic propulsion system is much higher than that of the chemical fuel propulsion system. With the electromagnetic acceleration principle, it's theoretically possible to obtain a velocity that's 1 to 2 orders of magnitude higher than when using chemical fuel. I don't know what future spacecraft will look like, but I'm sure that future spacecraft won't be tied with fuel tanks, wasting a lot of valuable fuel on the fuel itself. The impossible thing you want to say is just something that can't be done with our technology." Academician Lu's words made the middle-aged man speechless. As the head of the Hua Aerospace Science and Technology Group, only the old man who designed the Shenzhou series rockets dared to talk to him like this, and he couldn't argue back. Although his administrative level was much higher than his, on the importance of this country, 10 of him wasn't comparable to an academician with real knowledge. The old man who had been standing there without saying a word slowly spoke. "What about the laser knife that can cut minerals?" "That's not a laser knife." Academician Lu shook his head. "Although it's not something in my field, I know a little about it. That's probably ion jet technology. By jetting high-temperature ions, even a piece of depleted uranium steel placed there could be cut into pieces, not to mention ores." The old man's expression changed, and the middle-aged man's shock was even more obvious. This meant that even with a tank, the ion jet knife could easily penetrate it like a piece of paper. Hiding his shocked state, the old man asked, with Stingray P-1 as an example, how big is the gap in electric propulsion and ion jet technology? Is there any possibility of replication? Lu Zhuxing shook his head. Our starting point in the aerospace field is too low. Compared with UAE and Russia, we still have a big gap. If we directly compare to Celestial Trade, to be honest, we're simply no match. There is no way to compare. The middle-aged man had a bitter smile. Although he didn't imagine that the Aerospace Science and Technology Group could develop a similar spaceship in his hand, Academician Lu's answer still made him feel bitter. Just then, the old man spoke again. Strengthen our cooperation with celestial trade, especially in the aerospace sector. Since the prospects for the development of outer space resources have been proven, we must not fall behind. When the old man said this, he was looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man understood and immediately nodded. I understand. It had been a while since the last time he saw Yang Yuan, but Yang Yuan did look a lot better compared to before. On the one hand, it was expressed in his temperament. On the other hand, it showed through his skin color. Although he was the CEO of the subsidiary, the nature of his work and his persistence for knowledge made it impossible for him to stay in the office as a white-collar worker. Instead, he often traveled between the mining areas in MLL and Madagascar. For this reason, his skin color was much darker than before. His ex-girlfriend Su Fei did impact him dramatically, but now, he wasn't crushed by her. Instead, he came back stronger and reached new heights in his career and abilities. The old friends met, and after some small talk, Yang Yuan didn't waste time as he immediately turned around and took a stack of reports to discuss work. The results of the analysis on the ore samples have come out. The results are quite amazing. In addition to iron and silicious, we also discovered a surprisingly large amount of titanium in the asteroid core. And the quality is astonishingly high. We found a treasure. Mining and refining must be done by our department. We have the equipment and technology. The specific data is here, you should see it yourself. Yang Yuan was ecstatic when he was explaining. He waved his fist in the air with excitement. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that his current mood was even more excited than when Jiang Chen handed over the exclusive mining rights of MLL Island minerals to him. Rest assured. All the mining-related projects are yours. Jiang Chen smiled and took the report from his hand. He looked at it and he was even more astonished when he actually read through the data. The first section was an overview of the Bennu asteroid. Some of the data were measured by Space Launch Center. The asteroid had a diameter of about 500 meters and a volume of about 36.8 million cubic meters. The average density determined by spectroscopy was about 4.5 times that of water, which was 4.5 tons per cubic meter. The mass of the asteroid reached an astounding 165 million tons. He turned to the most critical part, the mineral reserves. According to the verification done by Future Mining based on the ore samples, there were more than 40 million tons of asteroid iron ore reserves, and the ore grade was an astonishing 80%. 1. It was an impossible to reach number on Earth because it meant it must exist as pure iron. It was impossible to form this mineral in an oxidizing environment. Almost all iron in the Earth's crust existed in nature in the form of oxides. But space was different. The 40 million tons of iron ore would allow for the refining of more than 30 million tons of steel at an ultra-low smelting cost. Not only would it be enough to maintain the industrial parks in Anj and New Malaysia Special District for several years, but they could also export to international markets on a large scale to earn foreign exchange. Although the value of iron ore was high, it still paled in comparison to the titanium ore in the core. High-performance titanium alloys and titanium-based composite materials had a high specific strength, high corrosion resistance, high durability, and low weight, which were unmatched by other metals. However, there weren't many titanium mines held by celestial trade. Except for the debris recovered from the apocalypse, most of the external structures of celestial trade used high-strength aluminum alloys. It was common knowledge that titanium ore still had a rich reserve. It was considered a rare metal rather than a precious metal, but titanium alloys were quite rare. There were two main difficulties that hindered the development of titanium alloy technology. One was the smelting of titanium alloys while the other was the processing of titanium alloys. The first was smelting. Aside from the number of complicated processing steps, since titanium was chemically active at high temperatures, after titanium ores were processed into titanium sponge, it must be smelted once or twice through vacuum arc remelting, to produce high-purity titanium ingots. Because of the complicated production steps, the cost was naturally high. It was precisely because of this that the price of titanium ore differed drastically based on purity. Fewer impurities meant less difficulty in the refining process, and too many impurities meant little to no processing value. However, in general, the price of titanium ore remained constant around 1,000 renminbi. As for the price of titanium ingots, the price was exponential. The other problem was processing. Titanium ingots alone were useless. It was even more difficult to process titanium ingots into pipes, plates, screws, bearings, and even aerospace engines. Up till now, only the UAE and Russia possessed acceptable titanium welding technology. Due to Russia's good welding technology and the high titanium ore reserves in Siberia, they even built several nuclear submarines with titanium alloys, known as the fabled Alpha attack nuclear submarine that remained controversial from construction to service. This particular submarine was unafraid of magnetic mines and possessed a horsepower that could even catch the -48 Malawian Kwacha's torpedo. Because the cost of titanium alloy production and processing was extremely high, some people called it a goldfish. Only the Cold War could give birth to this absurd and powerful weapon. But now, with close to 30 million tons of high-grade titanium ore, Jiang Chen now had the chance to splurge. The reserve was more than enough to change the aluminum alloy of the entire space elevator into titanium alloy, let alone constructing submarines made of titanium alloy casing. The titanium ore found on the Bennu asteroid wasn't only rich in reserves, it was also high grade. There was even pure titanium found in the ore sample. The cost of smelting would also be much cheaper than producing titanium ore in any titanium mine on the planet. The ore produced from the mines in the Siberian cold regions were incomparable. Just for the sake of the 30 million tons of high-grade titanium ore, Jiang Chen must firmly hold on to the asteroid. The smelting of the ore will be up to you. The second electric Stingray P-1 will be completed by Future Heavy Industries very soon and delivered to Celestial City's port by next month. You will have to train qualified pilots as soon as possible. The production of the Bennu asteroid must be ramped up, especially the titanium ore, which is very important for our space colonization plan. Jiang Chen handed the report back to Yang Yuan and ordered a series of tasks. Yang Yuan grinned and confidently assured Jiang Chen, "You can rest assured. Space mining is the strategic direction of future mining." Several mining experts in our company have been training on the astronaut training base on Ange Island for almost half a year. It won't take long before they can obtain Stingray P-1's driving qualification certificate. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. The Stingray P-1 currently working on the Bennu asteroid was owned by Future Mining, but the pilot was rented from Celestial Trade. The pilot mainly trained for the A-1 attack type and the C-1 transport type. It was inefficient to let someone driving a tank to operate a mining vehicle. Today, he came to Future Mining headquarters for 2 tasks, and now that he finished one, there was one more. "There's still something else I have to ask you. The external ore processing unit that completed design some time ago, is it ready?" 1. Overall, the quality of iron ore is mainly judged based on the Fe iron content. More specifically, ores with Fe contents above 65% are regarded as high-grade ores. Source: AJB Mwanguzi, 2012. 2. Vacuum arc remelting, VR, is a secondary melting process for production of metal ingots with elevated chemical and mechanical homogeneity for highly demanding applications. Certain metals and alloys, such as Te, cannot be melted in open-air furnaces. Source: Wikipedia. There were many advantages to refining in space, especially for minerals mined from space. Transporting the unprocessed ore to the surface through the space elevator meant transporting the useless slag back. The price of untreated ore wasn't high in itself, and including the transportation cost of the space elevator, it would be difficult to be price competitive in the international market. Although the cost of transporting through the space elevator was low, it was still a cost. Future Mining owned a smeltery for the process of treating ores, and there was no need to profit from selling unprocessed ore. Only processing ore into finished steel products could maximize profits. What's more, there was no need to worry about pollution in space. The non-toxic waste slag would be burned directly by being tossed into the atmosphere, which would be much more environmentally friendly compared to the garbage disposal stations that destroyed the molecular structure of materials at ultra-high temperatures. The toxic waste would be compacted into containers then tossed to Mercury with a rocket. In addition, the vacuum environment would make it extremely easy to smelt alloys such as titanium alloys that were chemically active at high temperatures, far more easily than at surface conditions. Therefore, Jiang Chen provided Yang Yuan with the interface, specifications, and dimensions of Celestial City's external space station last year, asking him to delegate Future Mining's research department to design an ore processing unit that could be attached to Celestial City. Yang Yuan didn't let down his hopes and soon took Jiang Chen to Future Mining's lab. In the center of the laboratory warehouse, there was a machine with a volume of about 4 large containers. People were like ants next to an eraser. The shape of the square was very similar to the movable complex common on construction sites, but it was magnified several magnitudes higher. Of course, it wasn't a movable complex but an attachable module of the space station. At one end of the space station, there was a protruding interface with dimensions of 6 by 4 meters, which could be connected to the outer rail of celestial trade as a channel for material and energy exchange. The ore fed into the space station through the freight passage would then be processed by special smelting equipment to produce the finished ingot. On the side of the space station module, was printed the logo of Future Heavy Industries and Future Mining, as well as a symbol with Fe circled. This ore processing unit is a prototype we requested from Future Heavy Industries. The drawings were designed by us and made through 3D printing technology by them. It can be used to smelt a variety of iron ores. The daily processing efficiency can reach up to 12,000 tons with an annual steel output of over 3 million tons. Yang Yuan was full of enthusiasm when he said that. With a highly automated design, a workshop only required 4 workers to complete production. Using the electric smelting technology of the next era to replace the traditional steelmaking process, the recyclable carbon fixing technology could maximize the utilization efficiency of each kilogram of coal and could produce hundreds of kinds of high-quality carbon steel, tool steel, and high-strength grade A steel. Combining the core technology of Future Mining, this ore processing unit tailored for outer space steelmaking was at least 20 years ahead of the world in automated steelmaking. It was no exaggeration to describe this as the jewel of Future Mining. This prototype has passed performance tests in a vacuum environment. It can be put into service once it's transported to Celestial City through the synchronous orbit. At present, the titanium ore processing unit has completed the design phase, and the design drawings should be sent to Future Heavy Industries tomorrow. The prototype should be completed by the end of the month. After listening to Yang Yuan's report, Jiang Chen only had one question. How long will it take for mass production? Yang Yuan hesitated for a second but then gave a response. Before the end of the month, the iron ore processing unit production line can be completed. Future Heavy Industries can deliver 10 of the units at the end of the month, and the remaining 10 units in the middle of next month. With a total of 20 processing units, our annual output can reach more than 30 million tons. As for the titanium ore unit, we have to wait for our drawings to be delivered and reviewed by the engineers from Future Heavy Industries before the design of the production line can start. Talk to you later. Yi Qinghua hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrests and he contemplated in silence. Construction started for the microgravity laboratory born of Hua and Celestial Trade's collaboration. The top leader highly praised his efforts, but Yi Qinghua knew the 1.5 billion XIN new dollars project wasn't really his work. He had been on Koro Island for half a month. He toured around the 9 Xian Islands and Penglai City. He felt like he entered a new world, as the more he walked around, the more shocked he became. People drove pure electric vehicle with zero emissions, and the submarine express connected the fractured 9 islands together. People of all skin colors lived together in harmony. There was certainly disagreement, however, under the supervision of police drones, few people resorted to violence. Yes, the police drones they turned down after careful consideration achieved almost a zero crime rate in Xian's major cities. For Koro and Penglai City, the old man was most impressed that drones had become part of an integral culture of this country. They were the helpers of the police force. They replaced firemen in rushing into fires. They sent packages from the logistics center to buyers' homes within 1 hour. Efficiency was everything in the city, but efficiency didn't dictate everyone's lives. This country never seemed to lack imagination, and everything there was filled with the kind of imagination that only existed in science fiction. They built a city at sea, created a farmland at the bottom of the ocean, created a track connecting heaven and earth, and had a space station larger than a city. Yi Qinghua didn't know what they would create next, because the imagination was never limited by boundaries. He just silently took out his notebook and recorded everything about the city for reference, like when he visited the UA in the 1980s. The old man leaning against the chair sighed. He took out a slightly damaged notebook with a leather cover, then he gently rubbed the bottom of the notebook. The experience of this past half-month both comforted him and made him speechless. A weak and poor Xian was undoubtedly more in line with the interests of Hua, but the words weak and poor were already distant to Xian. More so, the concepts of low crime rate, beautiful environment, similar cultural circle, and high-tech city promoted Xian to Europeans and American countries currently in economic and terrorism crises. Xian became the first choice for immigrants all over the world. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. A man and a woman came in. "Grandpa, were you looking for me?" The young man in a suit bowed down and greeted the old man with respect. The woman wanted to say something, but the old man spoke first. "Aha, I was worried." Yi Qinghua nodded and smiled at the young man. "So, I wanted to ask you if you were prepared." Yi Ziki smiled confidently and raised his chest. "You can rest assured. I've been preparing for this for half a month. Even without a complete grasp, I am more than confident." Elder Yi nodded, impressed. This project is very important to the Yi family. Now the state has attached great importance to the strategic cooperation with celestial trade. If the Yi group can set an example, it wouldn't be too difficult for your uncle's position to move up. By that time, there would be another provincial-level politician in the Yi family. After chatting with his favorite grandson, Yi Ziki left the room respectfully. There were only 2 people left in the room. Yi Yunfei bit her teeth and suppressed the unhappiness in her mind. He has no interest in me. I happen to be the same. We're not suitable, I can't help. After a long time, Elder Yi sighed, then lovingly smiled like a grandfather who loved his granddaughter. I won't force you. Marriage is your choice. If you really don't like him, then forget it. Yi Yunfei was relieved, as if a big stone that had been pressing upon her finally disappeared. If she had to put down her dignity and please a man she didn't like, it would be crueler than killing her. Thank you, go now. Yi Yunfei buried her head and left the room in quick steps. Elder Yi leaned back in his chair, pondered for a moment, and looked at the invitation on the table. XIN Space Resources Development Forum. The forum was to be held in Koro Island in 3 days. As a representative from Hua, he naturally received an invitation. He already considered issues should be brought up in the forum and how to help Hua to obtain more benefits. He was now somewhat uncertain about his granddaughter. Should I really give up? At the end of January, with the end of the United Nations Outer Space Development Summit, the space elevator sent 400 staff members to Celestial City. Most of them were the beneficiaries of the space volunteer immigration policy introduced by Xian. After several months to 1 year of training, they were now signed by Celestial as employees, receiving an enviable salary. They had already started in various positions at the space station. At present, the entire Celestial city was still in a semi-closed state. Before it opened to public, there were still many civilian infrastructures that required further improvement. On the other hand, the microgravity laboratories began construction in collaboration with Hua and Russia, and both countries generously paid construction funds in full. Of course, it was based on the current exchange rate and conducted in Xian's currency for settlement. During this half-month period, companies from Hua, Russia, and even the UAE across from the Pacific Ocean sent their respective salesmen to Coral Island to engage with celestial trade. From the highly anticipated ticket pre-sale, they already saw the prospects of space tourism and the business opportunities behind it. Some of them were international hotel chains like the Hilton Group, while some were space companies like SpaceX interested in port leasing. Even McDonald's and KFC all came for the fun of discussing the expansion of their businesses in Celestial City. Due to the excessive number of companies coming for engagement, Jiang Chen simply announced the convening of the Xian Space Resources Development Forum. He sent invitations to interested companies and individuals with the plan to host a forum at Future Building in early February. In the large circular conference hall, there were dozens of round tables scattered in an organized manner. Fine wine and expensive champagne were placed on top of the tables. The slightly dim light created a mysterious atmosphere at the venue as well as a hint of silence. Not all the attendees were handsome men and beautiful women, but all of them were successful businesspeople and entrepreneurs. Anyone picked by random could be the chairman or president of a multi-billion company. A Versace boutique suit might not even be more expensive than the suits worn by the waiters pouring champagne between the round tables. At that very moment, the industry leaders gathered together in groups of 3 and 5, whispering and exchanging opinions amongst themselves while waiting for the business forum to start. Most of the people were there for the same purpose, to establish a relationship with the person who was hosting his forum. In the darkness, soft light illuminated. In front of the venue, Jiang Chen in a suit walked to the front of the stage and reached for the microphone on the podium. Welcome, everyone, to the Space Resources Development Forum held by Celestial Trade. I am representing Celestial Trade to express my gratitude for your presence. Jiang Chen bowed. Modesty always made people feel good, and there was a round of applause. Waiting for the applause to quiet down, Jiang Chen paused, and he started on the topic of the day. I believe that you've already conducted your research before your arrival. At the last United Nations Outer Space Summit, we proposed a framework for friendly cooperation. Celestial Trade will serve as a permanent neutral party, providing companies in any country with a platform to develop space resources. In his near half-hour speech, Jiang Chen first explained the size of the space market. The tourism industry alone, based on the market assessment by the Future People Group think tank, was more than 100 billion XND. The prospect of space mining was even more incalculable. Some time ago, our company's spacecraft captured the Bennu asteroid to the Earth-Moon system. And in the middle of last month, Future Mining launched its long-awaited asteroid mining program. According to our estimates, the asteroid has reserves of iron and titanium minerals in the tens of millions, and the economic value is more than 20 billion XND. When Jiang Chen spat out the figures, he could clearly feel that everyone in the venue was holding their breaths. Just an asteroid with a diameter of 500 meters had a value of more than 20 billion. Not to mention in the solar system, but there were countless asteroids in the vicinity of the Earth-Moon system. Now, in the eyes of these capitalists, those asteroids were no longer asteroids, but flying treasures. Many people secretly took out their phones and texted their assistants. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that because of his words, on Wall Street, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away, stock prices of space companies with space mining expectations like SpaceX all soared. There was only one reason for this: someone was increasing holdings of these companies. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't pay attention to the fluctuations of the stock market. His full attention was on the business forum where countless capitalists were gathered. Seeing that the bait he tossed out already exceeded expectations, he smiled, used a provocative tone, and said, "Ladies and gents, we're entering a new world. A new continent that hasn't been claimed and is several times wider than the Americas. The unknown never means absurdity but infinite possibilities. Now it's $1 trillion or even $100 trillion cake in front of us. Although we can only cut a small piece now, I believe that with the participation of all of us, we will have more than we could ever imagine." When the enthusiasm of all investors was ignited, Jiang Chen naturally introduced the specifics of cooperation. In addition to the projects such as port leasing, warehouse leasing, space station development, and space elevator transportation, Jiang Chen also tossed a large piece of cake in front of everyone. It was the leasing of the 6x4 space station interface. Other than some special space stations, the space station of Celestial used an interface of 6 meters in length and 4 meters in width. According to the size specifications of Celestial Trade's external connection, any company could design its own space station to meet its own business needs. As long as the company reported to the Celestial City Management Committee, which was responsible for the operation and maintenance, the drawings and prototypes must be sent for safety monitoring and qualification certification. Then the space station could be attached to the interface and begin operations in Celestial City. The ore processing unit designed by Future Mining was based on this rule. Celestial Trade had more than 10,000 interfaces divided between the gravity section, gravity-free section and low-gravity section used to connect external space station modules. In addition, between space stations, the units could also be connected to each other through a specific interface. In other words, this circular city had almost unlimited room for expansion. Compared to the solitary space station floating in the orbit, the type of interface the space station offered had considerable advantages. Not only did it offer convenient transportation, but it could also enjoy the water, electricity, and oxygen supply from Celestial City at a lower price. The city itself offered living spaces for space stations that required staff, so there was no need to waste valuable space to establish a separate living area. Going to work at the station would be as convenient as walking to work. All the capitalists looked at Jiang Chen in front of the podium with lust in their eyes. The proposal from Celestial Trade meant that everyone present not could only participate in the space tourism industry, but they also had the opportunity to participate in the development of space resources together with Celestial Trade. Obtain cheap minerals and resources from asteroid mining, then produce a large number of low-cost goods through Celestial City's factory, then transport them to the surface through the space elevator. Of course, while they were tempted, the people present there were all elites and didn't express their emotions. Projects involving hundreds of billions of dollars of investment couldn't be decided just on a whim. Very few companies' shareholding structures were as stable as Future Group. Even the chairman of the board couldn't just ignore the opinions of other shareholders within the company. "Mr. Jiang, I am the chairman of the Hua Aerospace Science and Technology Group. Here is my business card. I heard that you have leased out a port to SpaceX. Do you still have plans to rent out additional ports? Our offer will definitely not disappoint you. It is my honor. Mr. Jiang is young and achieved. I am the president of Yike Real Estate Group. This is my business card. I heard that there are 2,000 acres of land in the external space station yet to be developed on Celestial City. We have more than 30 years of experience in real estate development. I hope Mr. Jiang can seriously consider our group. Whether it is capital or technology, our strength is proven. I am the president of Bigo Aerospace. It's been a long time since we have seen each other. At Silicon Valley, I shook hands with you. We have extensive research in the field of inflatable spacecrafts, are you interested?" After the question period, it was open floor discussion. When Jiang Chen walked down from the podium, he was surrounded by a group of entrepreneurs. All kinds of business cards were stuffed to him one after another. Of course, the invited visitors were all elites. Even if they were enthusiastic, they still maintained courtesy. There were nearly 370 companies from all over the world who expressed their interest. There were also 50 companies that signed agreements on the spot. Following SpaceX, Hua Aerospace Science and Technology Group also signed a port lease agreement for a price of 170 million XND, leasing a port large enough for 5 small and medium-sized aircraft to be docked for 10 years. 10 years later, the company would have priority in the renewal of the lease. The Russian Aerospace Group subsequently leased 3 ports to develop its own spacecraft. This kind of cooperation with state enterprises offered far more diplomatic and political significance than economic significance, so Jiang Chen offered a reasonable price. After all, after renting a port, and then transporting things to the port, they must go through the space elevator. Every kilogram of material delivered to space must pay a transportation fee to celestial trade. Although it was not much, it was a stable source of income. However, the real profit came from the cooperation with companies from all over the world. For example, Yike Real Estate Group, the company with a market value in excess of 100 billion directly offered 1.5 billion XND, and bought the development right of an external space station with an area of 700 acres. They ambitiously planned to turn this 700 acres into the most prosperous business district in the entire city. Converted into a per square meter cost, it was already higher than the price of some cities' top real estate location. Celestial City wasn't even open to the public as the risks are self-evident, yet it generated an absurd premium. However, the boss of Yike Group had other ideas. He sent the group's best expert to visit Celestial City. Whether it was the convenient transportation or potential commercial development value, the land was worth the money. Although the hefty price certainly pained him, if the 700 acres of land turned into real estate, merchants all over the world would rush to stay in his commercial estates, and banknotes would flow in from every continent. It was not just Yike Group that possessed ambitions, but Yida Group was preparing to invest in the construction of cinemas in Celestial City. Additionally, the Intercontinental Group, and the ArcelorMittal Group were planning to lease the 6x4 interface. As the world's largest steel producer, ArcelorMittal Steel Group was the leader in the steel market. After seeing the video of Stingray P-1 mining released by Celestial Trade, they immediately saw the broad market prospects of space mining. It didn't matter if they didn't possess the technology. With enough money, they could outsource the design of the space station. With the power of capital, as long as the technical conditions were sufficient met, those challenges were not challenges at all. After the birth of the space elevator, Silicon Valley had too many aerospace companies undergo a difficult transformation. Celestial Trade left them another opportunity. After the end of the forum, there would be plenty of companies willing to invest. Designing space stations with different functions would become an alternative profitability model to replace commercial satellite launches. The sea breeze swayed by and brought away some of the heat. A unique sightseeing tower was built by the seaside not far away from Future Building. The working environment of Future Group was very relaxed, and many employees chose to dine here during their lunch break. But as the night was approaching, the place was getting quiet. Jiang Chen stood beside the railing as the tides raged. He lit a cigarette and silently gazed at the ocean. His thoughts drifted away with the breeze. Tonight, he signed contracts worth at least 60 billion XND. Later, because there were too many people, he left the other tasks to Xia Xiyu and other company executives, and slipped out of the venue. Now this number should have at least doubled. Xia Xiyu was much better in business negotiation compared to him. He was looking forward to the development of the outer space resources. At the end of the forum, could this figure exceed 100 billion? Whether it was 60 billion or 100 billion, converted into US dollars, counting his previous income, all investment in the space elevator had been recovered. After paying off the loans from Future Bank, the tightened cash flow of Future Group for over a year finally became alleviated. With the completion of the space elevator, Jiang Chen felt that the burden on his shoulder had also lightened. The space elevator appeared more than 50 years earlier compared to history. This way, even if one day mankind must face the colonization ship from Harmony, human civilization would stand a fighting chance. Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. He found the idea of worrying about something more than 100 years later, too. For a while, he couldn't think of any words to describe himself. Then, a windbreaker appeared on his shoulders. Jiang Chen turned back and met a pair of sapphire eyes. Don't catch a cold. Her hair was blowing in the sea breeze. Aisha was standing behind him. Jiang Chen smiled and responded to her gentleness. Thank you. What are you thinking about? I should, not that. Just some things related to the future. Not far away, Yi Yunfei also stood on the beach, watching the two people who were leaning together. She was wearing a light blue evening gown with a glass of champagne in her hand. To be honest, she was very surprised. The Space Resources Development Forum completely changed her impression of him. Entrepreneurs present were more cunning than the sly foxes. Igniting their investment fervor with just a speech was even harder than convincing a mouse to catch a cat. Even with her experience, she had to admit the speech was indeed a classic. Originally, she thought that he was just a lucky new money. She didn't expect him to have such an ability. She suddenly felt that he was not so annoying after all. As for her intimate feeling, she swore, she only had a little bit of feeling for him. Thinking of what her father said to her on the phone, she finally decided to try to take the initiative and approach Jiang Chen. However, when she saw the scene of the two embracing, the determination she just formed faded with the wind. Her closed lips opened, and Yi Yunfei slowly let out a long breath. This is good too. Her words were inexplicable. She tilted the glass in her hand slightly, pouring the champagne into the sea before turning away without any hesitation. Leaving the contract signing work to Xia Shiyu didn't mean that Jiang Chen could escape from all the formal gatherings. At the end of this business forum, as the host, he must of course go up to the stage and present a concluding remark. Then, he must shake hands with each visitor at the door of the venue. Hello, Mr. Jiang. A smiling young man stepped forward and respectfully extended his hand while still being quite far away. His face didn't look familiar, so Jiang Chen held his hand and asked in confusion. You are? I am Yi Ziki, the president of Yi Group. I have long heard of Mr. Jiang's name. Although I signed a cooperation agreement with you, it was unfortunate that I didn't get to meet you. So, I just wanted to say hello. Yi Ziki shook Jiang Chen's hands and gracefully smiled. It turned out to be a member of the Yi family. After carefully searching through his memory, the Yi Group seemed to be engaged in aerospace engines and industrial machine tools. The group was a listed company with a state-owned background and a market value of more than 50 billion. Before the forum, the group already contacted Celestial Trade multiple times. It seemed that Hua's decision-makers gave them directions. They were interested in electric propulsion technology and ion jet cutting technology of the Stingray P-1, and even offered an astronomical price of 1.8 billion XND. However, the two parties didn't reach an agreement in the transfer of technology, and they took a step back. Finally, they targeted the RM-320 rocket engine that Celestial Trade already sold to Russia. The material used in a combustion chamber that withstood 500 atmospheric pressures could achieve an astonishing 1 to 300 thrust-to-weight ratio, 1, as well as fuel that was several times more powerful than dimethylhydrazine, 2. Although the era of chemical rockets was over, the technology could still be used for the engines of missiles and aircrafts. Since Jiang Chen could sell the RM-320 to Russians, he certainly was not stingy to sell the engine to Hua Enterprises with a broader market. The Yi family also paid a hefty price for this technology. They offered a 7.5% stake in the Yi Group as a price in exchange for the RM-320 engine and related technical information. Although the Yi Group's annual profit was only about 300 billion XND, but after obtaining the full set of RM 320 technology, its expectation of future appreciation was high. They didn't just manufacture aerospace engines, but were also involved in military projects such as missiles and aircrafts. Future Group obtained shares in the Yi Group in exchange, but because of the sensitive projects involved, those shares only possessed dividend rights and could not be sold to the secondary market within the next 2 years. Mr. Yi is too modest, and it's our pleasure to work with you in developing a vast Hua market. There were not much small talk as after the 2 brief exchanges, Yi Ziki took the initiative to say goodbye to him. The Yi family's new star left a good impression on Jiang Chen, at least a better than Yi Yunfei. This certainly reversed the image of Ye's new generation in Jiang Chen's mind. The children of an established family were not all ordinary after all. Then he sent away a few batches of guests. Scanning the empty venue and the cleaning staff working diligently, Jiang Chen slowly let out a long breath and sat down. A glass of water appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen looked up and met Xia Shiyu's sight. Her black hair was tied up and with some slight touch-ups, her eyebrows were particularly charming. In a beautiful black dress, it didn't hide her natural beauty, but added a sense of glamour. Xia Shiyu smiled gracefully and whispered, "You must be tired, have some water." Jiang Chen paused a second and did not grab for the glass of water. Instead, he massaged his eyebrows as if he had just seen an illusion. "It seems that I am really tired." Xia Shiyu didn't understand for a second and then understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. She immediately gave him an angry stare and shoved the cup into his hand. Then she groaned, "Whatever." Jiang Chen took the cup with a grin and took a sip. "This is more like you." "What do you mean, can't I be gentle and considerate?" Sitting opposite of Jiang Chen, Xia Shiyu's eyebrows raised while pouting. If other people in the company saw the meticulous CEO Xia display such a cute expression, they would be in complete shock. However, Jiang Chen knew that this was her usual relaxed state. The distant expression was just the disguise of excessive self-protection. "Of course not," Jiang Chen smiled and took another drink of the water before putting the cup aside. "How do we do?" When it comes to work, a proud smile appeared on Xia Shiyu. A total of 130 billion XND contracts were signed, and the extra money is enough to build another Penglai city. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. "One Penglai city is enough. We don't have to pay back the loans from Future Bank yet. The space elevator has been completed, and investors are quite confident in us. Pay back half and we'll invest the rest of the money in our lunar colony." "You don't seem surprised." "Surprised by what?" "We received 130 billion. If it is converted into US dollars, it would be nearly 150 billion US dollars, and it is all cash." When Xia Shiyu said this, she was quite amazed. 150 billion US dollars. For years ago, she never thought that she would have achieved this one day. If she didn't meet him, her best situation would just be a project manager in a small company. She would be worrying over a small project in the thousands of dollars while trying to persuade all kinds of strangers to stay calm. It is just 130 billion XIN new dollars. Looking at the fascinated Xia Shiyu, Jiang Chen smiled. In fact, after the establishment of the XIN reserves, money is just a figure to us. If someone else said this, Xia Shiyu would just roll her eyes, but when Jiang Chen said this, she didn't feel this way at all. Instead, she felt that he was only explaining a fact. He has the final say in the amount of currency this country prints. What else is money to him other than a figure? Of course, although this is the case, he didn't have free will over the money printer. The issuance of banknotes required special procedures for approval, and it was necessary to disclose the news 1 to 2 months in advance, and the printed banknotes belonged to the new reserve. The additional currency could only be provided to banks registered in XIN in the form of loans. Printing excessive banknotes would cause inflation. Without an open and transparent regulatory mechanism, the monetary system itself wouldn't be able to obtain sufficient credit, and wouldn't be recognized by its own nation, let alone the international community. Xia Xiyu scoffed and didn't want to see Jiang Chen showing off. Well, Mr. Richest Man, now you are as powerful as a country. So, what is your next goal? As she said this, she lifted the glass in her hand and put it below Jiang Chen's nose, using it like a microphone. Jiang Chen smiled and grabbed her hand. Change the world. 1. A high thrust-to-weight ratio means that the aircraft will have high acceleration and thrust and a high rate of climb. Source, NASA. 2. 1,1-dimethylhydrazine is a clear colorless liquid and used as a rocket propellant. Source, U.S. National Library of Medicine. The Space Resources Development Forum came to an end, and it also kicked off the capitalists' interest in the space market. A total of 6 large-scale external space stations with an area of more than 2,000 acres were leased to developers around the world. All development work had yet to begin, but space tourism and space property already occupied the big screens on Times Square. Jiang Chen even heard that Yike Group has already sold 2,000 residential properties on Celestial City before even transporting their construction equipment to Ange Island. Although most of the living space was in the ring part of Celestial City, not everyone enjoyed the idea of living in small units. The wealthy who pursued a certain quality of life didn't care about the money. They cared more about having the ability to overlook the entire city and to gaze into the starry night. With nearly more than $5 billion in revenue, Yike's CEO almost fell off his chair and immediately called Jiang Chen to express his gratitude. It was only the beginning. By the time the 700 acres land were fully developed, the income from various shopping malls wouldn't be any less than the income of 2,000 residential properties in this district. On the other hand, the 6x4 standard became a buzzword on online search engines. 6 meters in length and 4 meters in width, the dimensions of the space station interface in Celestial City. If nothing else, the 6x4 standard, proposed by Celestial Trade, would become the standard for all space station interfaces in the interstellar age and beyond. The power of habit is astonishing, especially for a civilization. Unless unsolvable defects existed, the standards accepted by everyone were basically impossible to change. Just like the not-so-perfect USB interface, it dominated the entire personal computer era. With the details of the 6x4 standard being disclosed, many space station design companies were established. These companies were mainly concentrated in Silicon Valley, most transformed from aerospace companies engaged in rocket or satellite design. These companies specialized in providing space station design solutions and qualification verification to companies interested in establishing their own space stations but didn't possess the technical expertise to do so. Even SpaceX launched a similar service, and the first project was to help the UAE Steel Company design an automated steelmaking space station. The Business Forum of Celestial Trade directly gave birth to an industry with a scale of more than $10 billion. The aerospace-related majors which were not considered popular prior, but after this forum, it gradually started gaining recognition, and even more related majors, such as space station design, biosphere engineering, spacecraft design, and others, were born. Coro University undoubtedly was on the frontier in the aerospace field. With a strong reputation, the university was initially established to export talents to Celestial Trade began to be favored by other large enterprises with the completion of the space elevator. Although its international academic credential was still not first class, it was already leading in the commercial field. The Lunar Colony. A cargo spacecraft inscribed with the trademark of Celestial Trade steadily landed on the cemented tarmac. The staff member who had been waiting for a long time operated the robotic arm and unloaded the cargo box from the abdomen of the spacecraft. At the same time, more than a dozen people wearing spacesuits walked down from the spacecraft. They were led by a staff member and were walking towards the colony. It was already the 4th group this month. After the completion of the space elevator, the transportation to and from the moon no longer used disposable rockets. Instead, they were replaced by cargo spacecraft capable of vertical liftoff and landing. The original supply mission that occurred every several months now became multiple times in a month. Another intuitive change was that there were more and more people in the colonies now. From the first few dozens to the first 100, now there were 500 people in the moon colony. In addition to some engineers and scientists, many of them had careers completely irrelevant to colony construction. Some were journalists, musicians, and painters, and some were just ordinary people. Standing in the colony, Tang Weijie looked at the new colonists from the distance. He did not understand the purpose of bringing so many people here, but he believed that the decision made by celestial trade executives would definitely be meaningful. It was just that as the colony administrator, he didn't understand it. The dozens of newcomers looked left and right as everything here was so fascinating for them. When they passed a space farm, someone even exclaimed out loud. However, only he could hear his own exclamation. Compared to a few months ago, this colony on the surface of the moon was already taking shape. In addition to mines and space farms, most living areas and work areas were connected by pipes embedded in the ground. From a distance, it was like a bunker connected by trenches. This design could effectively reduce the threat of meteorites before the breakthrough of shield technology. After all, there was a lack of atmosphere on the moon, and the pits and holes on the surface showed the frequency of meteorites. The entrance to the colony was 2 valves. Just like the design of most submarine facilities, after crossing the first valve, the vacuum buffer chamber was filled with air, then when the second valve opened, the group continued to move forward. After taking off their space suit and bathing in the locker room, they changed to casual wear with jet holes on key joints. Then everyone gathered in the square in the middle of the colony. "Well, newcomers, look this way." Tang Weijie clapped his hands and signaled for everyone to look at him. "You are the 4th batch this month. First of all, I wish you a happy life on the moon. In addition, I have to say, you will miss life on Earth. Take an hour or 2 every day to go to the gravity room to avoid osteoporosis. 1. Obey the colonial discipline as anyone who engage in a brawl will be expelled. Remember to bring your ID card at all times as that is your identification and is used at any given moment. This is all you need to pay attention to. Feel free to ask any questions now." When he just finished, someone raised his hand. "What about our luggage? It will be sent directly to your residence. Any more questions?" Tang Weijie asked. Seeing no one respond, he paused and said. "Very good. If you have any questions, you can ask them through the personal terminal. Ask the AI or ask a psychiatrist. Only these 2 people are free at any time. Someone will take you to receive your daily necessities and bring you to the living quarter. Before that, let's check the list first." The list check was completed swiftly, and Lu Fan got his ID card. The soft graphene card felt smooth, like a future phone. It could be rolled up and worn around his wrist. The card had his name on the front and the words, "Power Engineer." Under the guidance of the instructor, Lu Fan received his daily necessities and a room key. In a room the size of 30 square meters, he saw his suitcase. But he hadn't had time to unpack his luggage before he began to reminisce about his life on Earth. As he was standing by the window, his door was knocked on. "Lu Fan. Power Engineer." The middle-aged man in a colonial uniform examined Lu Fan from head to toe and talked to him in a questioning voice. "Yes." Lu Fan nodded politely and asked, "Is there a problem?" After receiving a positive answer, the middle-aged man suddenly grinned and patted him on his shoulder. "Huh, you are finally here. Let me introduce myself, my name is He Biao. The colony is ready to replace the circuit. In order to prevent issues, the power department has been short on people. I just applied to the headquarters to send a power engineer here some time ago. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Come. Leave your luggage for now." "Wait, replace the circuit? Why are we suddenly changing the circuit?" Lu Fan was confused. In his impression, this colony was only established less than half a year. The colony plans to build 2 new mines. The power generation of the solar power station can no longer handle the load. The headquarters ordered that we put that equipment into use. The colony will no longer lack electricity, but on the other hand, before the end of the month, we won't have any free time. When he said this, Biao did not look resentful at all. Life on the moon was very boring, not working was more boring than working. To alleviate the loneliness, they could only chat with the psychiatrist, or use a beauty robot manufactured by future heavy industries to vent their desire. After hearing that the power shortage problem could be solved and the colony could start building some entertainment facilities, it was no surprise he was so enthusiastic. Although the newly arrived Lu Fan did not understand his emotional state, a word caught his attention: equipment. What equipment? Lu Fan asked. No more power shortages. Before he came, he studied the power consumption of the lunar colony. The electricity consumption of 500 people in the district was even higher than that of a small town of 10,000 on the Earth. Although the surface of the moon is bright, a day and night is close to 4 weeks in Earth time. For this reason, Celestial Trade had to invest in building a large number of solar panels, as well as power storage units. Power alone consumed nearly 50 million XND per month. When Biao heard Lu Fan's question, he laughed and looked at him with a smug look. Do you know what the Lunar Soil Collection Center produces? Rare earth? Lu Fan wondered. Although it certainly produces that, it also produces something else. Biao smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. We produce helium-3, and we have already produced tons of it. Lu Fan took a moment to think about it before the expression on his face turned into disbelief and shock. Helium-3. Controlled nuclear fusion. And it could be used to generate electricity? 1. Osteoporosis is a bone disease that occurs when the body loses too much bone, makes too little bone, or both. Astronauts who spend many months on a space mission can lose, on average, 1 to 2% of bone mass each month. Source, NASA. The lunar colony ground command enter was bustling. Today was a historic day. The nuclear fusion generator placed on the surface of the moon would officially be powered on. It not only meant that the shortage of electricity in the lunar colony would no longer be a problem, it also signaled that the excess power could be sent to Celestial City through long-distance power transmission and then to Earth. Ready? Of course. Let's get started. Jiang Chen nodded and gestured to Kelvin that he could start. The entire command center was like clockwork. Everyone all put 10 times and 20 times their usual effort and fought in their positions. The parameters on the big screen in the center were flashing, and the nuclear fusion generator a few 100,000 kilometers away was monitored here. The magnetic confinement device has been activated and helium-3 fuel has been loaded into the reaction chamber. The magnetic confinement device is operating normally. The superfluid thermal cycler is activated, operation is stable. Deuterium fuel is loaded. Ignition. All the lights turned green, and Kevlin immediately pressed the red button. In the holographic screen, the progress bars were instantaneously filled, and the power output instantly reached an astounding 5,000 megawatts. In the spherical reaction chamber dozens of kilometers away, the magnetic confinement device already turned into a blinding ball of light, and its internal reaction temperature reached an extraordinary 10 million degrees. It was no exaggeration to say it was a small sundae. If the violently reacting atoms broke through the magnetic confinement, its power would be no less than the detonation of 1,000,000 TNT equivalent hydrogen bombs. If it were placed on the Earth, it would be enough to erase a metropolitan from the map. However, everyone had full confidence in the device. As early as the completion of Penglai City, Celestial Trade already secretly put the nuclear fusion generator into operation. It was also not their first time initializing a nuclear fusion generator set. The difference was that the nuclear fusion generator was manufactured by future heavy industries and located hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. 5,000 megawatts was far from the limit of this nuclear fusion generator set. As the fuel tank continued to be filled, the output power of the electric energy climbed higher. The reaction temperature also exceeded 15 million degrees, and after a slight fall, it stabilized at 14 million degrees. Kevlin sighed in relief and a smile finally landed on his face. He picked up the intercom on his shoulder and announced to everyone. Number 01 nuclear fusion generator is successfully in operation. There was a burst of cheers in the command center, and the staff members walked down from their positions, cheering and celebrating. Jiang Chen was also delighted. Unlike most nuclear power plants, Celestial Trade abandoned the inefficient steam turbine power generation design after absorbing the apocalyptic technology. Now, they used a more advanced thermal ion reactor. To put it simply, the cathode and anode poles were connected by wires, the cathode was heated to release the electron beam, and the anode absorbed electrons to form a circulating circuit. However, the whole set of equipment was certainly not as simple as its description. Just like a simple nuclear power station generated electricity by boiling water, the technical expertise involved was far more than just boiling water. How to solve the power generation limitation, how to recycle the heat absorbed by the anode and use for power generation. These were the problems that needed to be solved by the modern world. If the world didn't go on a tangent, then in another 30 to 50 years, controlled nuclear fusion technology would also be born here, and most would still be using steam turbines to generate electricity. Just because neutrons could easily be absorbed by light materials, a second-loop heat exchanger could be eliminated compared to nuclear fission. At the same time, the same cheers also happened on the lunar colony hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A steady stream of electricity was transferred from the nuclear fusion generator to various parts of the colony, replacing solar generators that had to rest for 2 weeks after 4 weeks. The reaction temperature reached its limit and the fusion reaction could continue as long as the supply of fuel in the reaction chamber was maintained. Although the tens of millions of degrees of high temperature was startling, this generator was far safer than the generator set of any nuclear power plant in the world. The thermonuclear reaction between helium-3 and deuterium only generated protons without radioactivity, so the use of helium-3 as an energy source didn't produce radiation, and even if an accident occurred, the cost of rescue would be low. In the worst case, due to the lack of oxygen on the moon, and even if the reactor experienced a catastrophic explosion, there would be no shock wave. The killing effect of nuclear weapons in a vacuum environment is extremely limited, far less intimidating than its TNT equivalency. Congratulations. Jiang Chen smiled and shook Kelvin's hand. Excellent execution. Thanks for your confidence. Kelvin accepted the praise humbly. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued. I intend to reorganize some of the business units of Celestial Trade. Kevlin looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. He didn't understand why he was telling him this. The Space Launch Center he managed was only a part of Celestial Trade, and although it almost had no budget constraints, it was still owned by Celestial Trade. Jiang Chen did not explain, but went on. The restructuring is mainly in the aerospace business. The rankings of the Space Launch Center will be cancelled and replaced by the newly established Space Department. The department is responsible for the colonization program and all projects in the group that involve the development of outer space resources. And I hope that you can serve the manager of the Space Department. Kelvin took a moment to digest his word before he was overwhelmed by joy. Thank you for your trust, I will not let you down. Jiang Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I believe you won't let me down. In mid-February, Celestial Trade spent 2 billion XND to acquire Panu Power Company, which supplied power to all of Panu Islands, and changed its name to Global Power Company, integrating its power generation companies and power grid units in Xi'an. At the same time, the engineering ship of Celestial Trade once again sailed to the equator and started construction under the base station of the space elevator. It was ambitiously preparing to build a submarine cable extending from the equator line to Ange Island and merge it into the national grid of Xi'an. Everything was paving the way for long-distance power transmission for the lunar nuclear power plant. Jiang Chen apparently was not satisfied with just the domestic electricity market. At the same time as the construction of the submarine cable, he engaged in negotiations with the governments of Moro and Country F to open up their own electricity market. With almost no hurdles, Jiang Chen easily convinced these two countries. Both Country F and Moro had agreed to cooperate with XIN to build transnational submarine cables and integrate them into the national grid. The electricity cost of Country F was the highest in the world, and was the definition of the poor getting poorer. Of course, they couldn't refuse celestial trade that could lower their electricity bill. What's more, they didn't have the confidence to reject. The force of celestial trade had yet to complete its withdrawal from CDM. As for Moro, Santos simply recognized himself as a younger brother. Why would he refuse the request of the sovereign state? What's more, the recent rise in oil prices meant that the oil import nation was facing an imminent energy crisis. How could he reject his savior Jiang Chen? After wooing Country F and Moro, Jiang Chen then began discussions with Malaysia. Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. The sun was about to rise and a private jet landed on the runway of Kuala Lumpur International Airport. 5 extended Lincolns were waiting outside the special terminal of the airport, and there were anti-terrorist Secret Service agents protecting the vicinity. This special terminal usually remained closed to the public, and it was specially prepared for distinguished government officials. But now, it made an exception to open up for an entrepreneur with no official position. The Malaysia government greeted the entrepreneur from XIN with the highest courtesy. "Welcome, Mr. Jiang. As Malaysia International Trade and Industry Minister, I sincerely thank you for your contribution to the Malaysia economy." In the car, International Trade and Industry Minister Mustafa politely expressed his gratitude. The new Malaysia Special District created an annual output value of $50 billion, accounting for almost 1/8 of the total Malaysia gross domestic product. The backcountry of the poor province of Papua suddenly became one of the most stunning economic and industrial provinces on the country's financial report. At least half of the output value contributed to the industry was from Future Group. It was no surprise Mustafa was so enthusiastic. The vehicles quickly passed through the emerging international metropolitan that fused Oriental culture with Western civilization. They headed to Putrajaya, 20 kilometers south of Kuala Lumpur. More than a decade ago, the Prime Minister's office and the Federal Administrative Center moved here. Compared to the bustling Kuala Lumpur, it was quieter here. The vehicles stopped directly in front of the Prime Minister's office. The red stone brick road paved all the way to the doorway of the dome building. The green vegetation and carved street lamps gave off a retro vibe. Malaysia Prime Minister Razak was personally waiting at the door, with his aides, and politely ushered Jiang Chen into the building. The group went into a reception room, and the black-haired middle-aged man invited Jiang Chen to take a seat, and then told the assistant to pour a cup of black tea for himself and Jiang Chen. "What is the purpose of Mr. Jiang's visit?" Thick white fog lingered above the black tea. Jiang Chen didn't touch the cup and instead was straightforward. "For a win-win agreement." Razak's face showed interest. "Oh. What kind of agreement brought you personally here?" According to your 2018 electricity consumption report announced by the Ministry of Energy at the beginning of this year, the total power generation in your country last year was 224.3 billion kilowatt-hours, and the average cost per kilowatt-hour was 0.21 ringgit. The energy cost compared with the previous year went up by a few points, am I right? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Razak nodded, and spoke, "It's true." "Are you worried that the energy situation in our country may affect the investment environment?" "You don't have to worry about it at all. We are next to Singapore. Even if our electricity cost rises, other countries' increase will only be higher, definitely not less." Because Malaysia was located next to one of the world's 3 major refining bases, the country itself was a major exporter of oil and natural gas. Malaysia's power generation mostly depended on thermal power generation, supplemented by wind and solar energy. Although the price of oil was relatively cheap compared to other countries because of the lower cost of freight, the rise in oil prices in recent years still slightly raised the cost of electricity. As early as 2015, Malaysia had proposed to build the first nuclear power plant in 2021. At that time, the Russian National Nuclear Energy Company participated in the bidding. However, due to the surge in opposition, the location of the nuclear power plant remained to be finalized even to this day. The problem of electricity consumption has plagued Malaysia for many years, and has never been completely solved. Even without the report of the Ministry of Energy, Jiang Chen could clearly see this from Future Heavy Industries' financial report in the New Malaysia Special District. The change in electricity prices would be directly reflected in the production cost of steel and aluminum plants. Almost all industries with high pollution and high manpower demand were built in the district. But this is still a big problem, isn't it? The brows raised slightly, and after Razak indulged for a while, his brows returned to normal as if he had made some kind of a decision. He said, "We are willing to give a 5% discount on electricity in the special district. But this special treatment is not convenient to disclose, and you must fulfill the duty of confidentiality for this matter." Jiang Chen shook his head. This is not a long-term solution. Razak was caught off guard, and then there was an unpleasant look in his eyes. Willing to make concessions on the price of electricity already showed sincerity, but Jiang Chen refused the offer without even considering it. If it were not for the cooperation between the two sides that was important to Malaysia's economy, he would already have asked him to leave. Although deeply disguised, Jiang Chen saw the dissatisfaction on Razak's face. However, he did not explain anything and continued on. "Seeking special treatment is not the reason why I came here today. Since the problem lies between us, then what we need to do is solve this problem, not to ask for one-sided concessions." Razak was somewhat uncertain after he heard this. "Not seeking special treatment? Why did you mention electricity prices? Could it be?" Suddenly, he speculated a possibility and looked at Jiang Chen with surprise. Jiang Chen then spoke up. "We have made a major breakthrough in power generation technology." Jiang Chen didn't even finish when Razak said immediately. "Is it nuclear power?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "It is indeed nuclear power. Although I personally hope that you can participate in the bidding for the nuclear power project, I have to remind you that Malaysia's nuclear power project has not yet finalized its site selection so far. At least until 2025, the nuclear power plant project is unlikely to start construction." Razak shook his head. "Although it is nuclear power, it will not be built in your country." Jiang Chen smiled. "Then where?" Razak frowned. "It'll be built in the sky," Jiang Chen said, pointing his finger at the ceiling. "You only need a cable from Coral Island to New Malaysia, and your country can enjoy cheap electricity." "Do you mean to connect Xian's grid with Malaysia's grid?" "This is impossible." Razak shook his head. "The grid is related to national security. Our diplomatic relations with Xian are good, but we have not yet trusted each other to merge the grid. It's not the power grid, it's just a simple sale of electricity." Jiang Chen spread his hands and continued to persuade the president, "Like buying and selling natural gas, our electricity price will be much cheaper than your domestic power generation cost." Looking at Razak, who was in deep thought, Jiang Chen went on. "How about hearing my offer first?" "How much?" 0.05 ringgit per kilowatt-hour. Jiang Chen's nonchalant responded created a shockwave in the mind of the Malaysia Prime Minister. To the point where he almost gasped. "Are you sure you didn't add an extra zero?" Most people believed that nuclear power was cheaper than most power generation methods. In fact, it was a misconception. According to the survey conducted by Bloomberg New Energy Financial Consulting, the global nuclear power plant's power generation cost averages 14 cents USD per kilowatt-hour, which almost costed the same as solar power generation. Compared to the cost of 8.2 cents of land-based wind power and high-efficiency natural gas power generation, the cost of nuclear power was much higher, and even higher than thermoelectricity power generation using coal, natural gas, or oil. Nuclear power could alleviate electricity shortages, but it would not effectively reduce electricity prices. In particular, the safety of nuclear power plants received increasing media attention. In order to prevent serious nuclear accidents such as core melting, nuclear power plants must spend more on safety maintenance, so power generation costs always trended upwards. Unless the size of the nuclear power plant increased drastically could some of the costs be saved through scale. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder the 0.05 ringgit Jiang Chen offered stunned the Malaysia leader. No power generation that existed in the world could reduce the cost to such a degree. In other words, if the price of electricity could really be this cheap, there was no need for other energy sources. If Razak learned about the actual cost for celestial trade, he would be even more shocked. The cost for celestial trade was around 1/8 of the offer. Helium-3's proven reserves on the Moon were around 1 million tons, and 100 tons would be enough to supply the world for 1 year. As for the deuterium needed for the reaction, the reserves in the ocean were even richer. As long as the refining technology is in place, the cost could be completely negligible. The Prime Minister was completely dumbfounded by the offer. Trying to calm his breathing, he was silent for a while before he finally spoke again. "Can't you build that nuclear power plant in our country?" Razak made up his mind. Even if all the Malaysian parliament voted against the nuclear power project, he would convince those members one by one to agree to this project. It was too important for Malaysia. Not only would this affect the cost of living for the people, but the price of electricity directly affected the cost of industrial production. If the price of electricity could be reduced, more international companies would come invest. Moreover, the annual financial subsidies made by the Malaysia government on the electricity bill could be completely removed. The hefty budget could be moved to education, medical care, and other more critical fields. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. It doesn't make any sense to build a nuclear power plant in your country. The mineral needed for the nuclear power plant comes from the Moon and it is not very convenient to transport. In short, building this nuclear power plant in space has far more advantages than building it on the surface. What's more, in space, we don't have to worry about nuclear accidents at all. Jiang Chen's words made Razak silent again. On the one hand, he was really convinced by Jiang Chen's offer, but on the other hand, he was worried that this might force Malaysia local power companies to go bankrupt. Then, Malaysia would no longer be able to escape the cheap electricity supply from celestial trade. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He leaned back on the chair leisurely, and sipped on the tea. The tea cooled down a bit. While he enjoyed the tea, he quietly waited for Razak's answer. It will be best to receive a positive answer from the Prime Minister. If this didn't work, he would have to spend some time to contact Malaysian politicians and offer sufficient benefits to force the Prime Minister to compromise on the grid problem. In addition, with his control over Future 1.0 and virtual reality networks, he could utilize many necessary means. He just needed to let the Malaysian people know that they could have enjoyed 0.05 ringgit electricity, but because of the under-the-table transaction between the Prime Minister and other black-hearted businessmen, cheap electricity could not enter the domestic market. Jiang Chen quietly looked at Razak and waited for him to make a decision. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the Prime Minister was relieved and said, "It is no problem to build a submarine cable. It is no problem to connect the new Malaysia Special Districts grid with the Malaysia grid. But in the first year, we are willing to import 26 to 30 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. The specific plan will be discussed with the National Electric Power Bureau and TNB Power Company. 26 billion kilowatt-hours was equivalent to 10% of the annual electricity consumption of Malaysia. According to the export price of 0.05 ringgit, the Malaysian power grid would pay 1.3 billion ringgit in foreign exchange for a year, equivalent to 400 million XND. As for TNB, Malaysia's power giant, the company managed the grid of the country. Jiang Chen believed that this highly profitable agreement offered no ground for them to refuse. Jiang Chen believed that in less than a year, TNB would shut down several high-emission power stations, and then take the initiative to ask for more. Buy 0.05 ringgit electricity and sell it for 0.1 ringgit. They would basically be earning free money. Pleased with the result, Jiang Chen left the Prime Minister's office. Celestial Trade Malaysia subsidiary had already sent a convoy parked out at the door. After Jiang Chen got in the vehicle, he told the driver to send him to Hilton Hotel. Because he had to negotiate specific contracts with the National Electric Power Bureau and TNB Power Company for submarine cables and power export, he had to temporarily change his plan, and decided to stay for one more day in Malaysia. Going straight to the hotel counter, when he pulled out the black diamond card that Nasida gifted him, the hotel manager immediately freed up a presidential suite for him and courteously escorted him to the door of the room. Jiang Chen took off his formal clothes and took a shower, changed into a casual outfit, and sat on the sofa in the living room. He opened a bottle of red wine, turned on the home theater, and randomly picked a film that he had not seen before. Guns and blood were always the theme of Hollywood action movies, and were the most attractive to the audience. It was also Jiang Chen's favorite genre to watch. Without explosions, would it be called a Hollywood blockbuster? After watching for about 30 or 40 minutes, the film was just about to reach its climax as a vigilant gun battle was about to unfold. Jiang Chen was concentrating on the screen while enjoying the thrill, but the sound of the alarm rang by his ear. Alarm bell. Jiang Chen looked around before focusing out the window. This alarm didn't come from the home theater, but from outside on the street. What happened outside? Why are there so many alarms? There are at least 6 or 7 police cars. With curiosity, Jiang Chen paused the movie, and went to the window. In front of the shopping mall half a street away, and a row of police cars with red and blue lights blocked the entrance to the mall. Jiang Chen held a peculiar expression on his face. What a coincidence. I was watching an action film, and there is a confrontation outside. The hostage situation alerted the Kuala Lumpur police headquarters and the Malaysia federal government 20 kilometers away. The chief sheriff of Kuala Lumpur rushed to the scene, followed by the head of the National Anti-Terrorism Office, the anti-terrorism experts from the military, as well as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Maespa. Not far behind the police's explosion-proof vehicles, these people urgently convened an operational meeting to discuss how to deal with the terrorists in the mall. There are 9 terrorists in the mall who control the 4th, 5th and 6th floors. They captured a total of 79 hostages, Chief Sergeant Mayaki anxiously reported. When is our anti-terrorist force coming? They are on the way. What about the cameras in the mall? We need to confirm the location of the hostages and the layout of the mall. Where are the contractors who built the building? Find them, I need the drawings of the building. The anti-terrorism expert examined the map provided by the person in charge of the mall, then said with a deep frown. This is useless. The map for tourists didn't offer any value. It didn't identify the location of the cameras, let alone the building's load-bearing structure and other critical information. Without knowing the load-bearing structure, if they encountered any situation where they were required to blast through, the amount of charge used and the risk associated would be up to their own judgment, which undoubtedly increased the risk of action. We have already contacted the building contractor. They said that they will send the drawings within half an hour. The hostage location. This is a bit difficult, Mayaki answered while sweating profusely. Difficult? Gafail, the head of the National Anti-Terrorism Office, frowned. The terrorists planned this carefully. They not only cut off the power to the building, but also cut off all connections between the monitoring line and the outside. We can't see anything, said the person in charge of the mall building. These terrorists were prepared. The chief of staff, Maespa, looked at his watch and looked at the direction of the Hilton Hotel. He took a deep breath and walked over to Gafael. Listen, I need you to solve this problem in the shortest possible time and in the cleanest way. Gafael immediately shook his head. The shortest time? Don't bullsh*t me, there are 79 hostages. Unless the Prime Minister is willing to take responsibility for the safety of the hostages, there's no way this will be quick. Maespa lowered his voice, I know it's hard to do, but there is a foreign guest in the Hilton Hotel next door, and an extremely important one. A foreign guest? Which one? Gafael frowned. The rich man from the New Malaysia Special District, you should know who it is. And just now, he and the Prime Minister agreed on a big deal involving more than $1 billion in value related to electricity and TNB. Maespa took a deep breath and looked to the mall. We can't let the other party be concerned about our investment environment. We must solve this hostage crisis in the shortest time, otherwise. Someone has to stand up and take responsibility in the end. Gafael's scalp felt a little numb as he cursed out. These damn scums, why did they pick this time and this place? Ask them this question once you capture them, if you can take them captive in the first place. With a sigh, Maespa looked at his watch again and then looked at the chief sheriff, have someone appease the foreign guest's emotions. At least let him know that this is just an accident and does not represent the security of the country. On the 21st floor of the Hilton Hotel, which overlooked the entire situation, Jiang Chen moved a chair over and sat beside the glass window to examine the situation with great interest. It was much more interesting than the movie. The police force surrounded the entrance to the mall with police vehicles. They nervously hid behind the vehicles that acted as covers. Police officers wearing bulletproof vests and used megaphones to speak to the terrorists inside the mall behind the explosion-proof vehicles. The Kuala Lumpur police closed the scene and evacuated the street. The entire street was blocked off, including the entrance to the Hilton Hotel. There were still many people unafraid of death. Outside the police line, the crowd surrounded the scene and formed a dense circle. In addition to reporters, many citizens filmed the situation. With so many cameras directed at them, the police officers were feeling the heat. As a major metropolitan in Southeast Asia, the hostage situation was going to make international headline. Jiang Chen called the bodyguard downstairs and asked him to learn more about the situation. Not far away, the police force and the terrorists entered a stalemate. The hostages in the mall forced them to be extra cautious, but the demands of the terrorists were simply unacceptable. Soon, the bodyguard called back and reported the situation downstairs to Jiang Chen. In short, those terrorists were no ordinary terrorists at all, but equipped with automatic weapons and bulletproof vests. A total of 79 hostages were held in the mall, most of them were mall staff and shopping tourists. The terrorists demanded that the police immediately release 110 people who were detained in prison for being suspected of planning and participating in terrorist attacks. If the police didn't release the prisoners, they would kill one person every hour. The Malaysia government would never release those prisoners. If they established the precedent to compromise to terrorists, it would be a nightmare in the future. And the terrorists inside this mall clearly did not intend to escape. If they confirmed the safety of their associates, they would probably explode everything the next second. The Malaysia police were helpless and requested reinforcements from the anti-terrorist forces stationed in Kuala Lumpur. Soon, 2 armored vehicles arrived and 2 Black Hawk helicopters hovered around the mall. Anti-terrorist units wearing black combat uniforms entered the scene and surrounded the mall. There seems to be no further actions. Jiang Chen yawned, and when he was about to go back to his room, his watch shook twice. The holographic screen opened, and the bodyguard standing at the door appeared on the screen. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Maespa, and Kuala Lumpur's Chief Sheriff, Mayaki, are at the door and they want to see you. Jiang Chen took a second to think of the reason and immediately understood their intentions. so he nodded. "Invite them in." "Yes." The bodyguard wearing sunglasses nodded and ended the communication. Soon, the door opened, and a slim man with a European face in a suit walked in. Behind him was an Asian in a police uniform. Maespa apologized as soon as he entered the room. "Mr. Jiang, I am sorry that we meet again in this way. There is a hostage incident in mall across the street. I am sorry that our mistakes have affected your travel. If you have any arrangements to go out at night, we can arrange an armored vehicle to escort you from the door to the police line." "No need. I understand your difficulties and I sincerely hope that the hostages in the mall will be safe and sound." The apology of the chief of staff was very sincere, and Jiang Chen did not give him any trouble. He expressed that he didn't mind the situation. But at this moment, Jiang Chen focused on the sheriff behind him. His eyes moved around and an idea suddenly appeared, so he smiled and said, "Can I learn more about the situation? Are the hostages in the mall still fine?" Mayaki's heart clanked as Mr. Jiang asked about the situation. Mayaki had to bite the bullet and respond with honesty. "The situation is already under control. After the anti-terrorist forces arrive, we will soon start the rescue operation. It is only because of the monitoring system. Maespa glanced at Mayaki, and the sheriff immediately realized that he said too much and quickly closed his mouth. Although the sheriff quickly closed his mouth, Jiang Chen had already heard the information he wanted to hear. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then looked at the chief of staff. "Monitor? Maybe celestial trade can help you." Jiang Chen's proposal somewhat shocked Maespa, but soon he shook his head and declined. "I express my gratitude for Mr. Jiang's good intention. Malaysia has a professional anti-terrorist force, we don't need foreign counter-terrorism forces' help." As a private military company, Celestial Trade gained a far more notorious name compared to Blackwater International, Triple Canopy, and DynCorp. The three most classic battles were Panu Island's coup, independence of MLL Island, and Moro's self-defense. The combat power the company displayed was not inferior to any army of any country. This army nominally acted as a mercenary force and Xian's national defense contractor. In reality, however, no countries regard this army as a mercenary force, but viewed it as a regular army outside the formal establishment. Although the hostage incident in Kuala Lumpur put the Malaysia Prime Minister in a tight situation, the situation was far from requiring the help of foreigners. However, after understanding what Maespa meant, Jiang Chen shook his head. "You misunderstood what I meant." "Oh." Maespa raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Chen with a questioning look. "What is Mr. Jiang's proposal?" "Terrorists have occupied the mall, taken control of the monitoring inside the building, and cut off the connection. If I didn't guess wrong, they must also have the standby generators in the building under control. Even if the building's power is cut off, they can also maintain the power supply of the building for a long time. Under such circumstances, it means that your anti-terrorist forces have to carry out the rescue operation under the eyes of the terrorists. Am I right?" Jiang Chen said with a smile, "We have contacted the building contractor of the building and will soon be able to obtain the architectural drawings. We have professional anti-terrorism experts and this is our own problem. Mr. Jiang should not worry about it." Maespa shook his head. "Of course it is your own problem, but we can provide you with better equipment and increase the success rate of the rescue." Jiang Chen smiled at Maespa and then looked at the chief sheriff. "The drones manufactured by Future Heavy Industries, are you not interested?" The distance between Coral Island and Kuala Lumpur was not very far, even for a passenger plane, it was a 2 to 3 hour journey. Jiang Chen made a phone call and ordered New Moon Island to prepare the equipment and aircraft. 2 Beta 2 police drone terminals, as well as more than 20 drones, were loaded onto the transport aircraft, along with a celestial trade drone expert. The chief of staff called the Prime Minister, and soon Prime Minister Razak approved Celestial Trade's participation in the hostage rescue. Kuala Lumpur was the capital of Malaysia. Now the media all over the world focused on how the government could resolve this incident. It was no exaggeration to say that the outcome of this hostage crisis would affect the national image, tourism, and investment rating for at least 5 years, or even longer. On the one hand, the Kuala Lumpur police force negotiated with the terrorists through negotiation experts to calm the terrorists, while on the other hand, they were working with the special anti-terrorist forces to prepare for the rescue of the hostages. After hearing that Maespa had asked for foreign aid, the head of the National Anti-Terrorism Office, Gafail, scoffed at the idea, saying that his subordinates did not need those toys at all. As long as they saw the architectural drawings of the mall, they could easily sneak into blind spots and then save the hostages. However, after getting the architectural drawings, his expression suddenly changed for the worse. At least from the drawings, it was almost impossible to approach the hostages without disturbing the terrorists. And based on the drawings, there were too many places where the hostages could be. It was not just him, even the anti-terrorism expert from the army gave a helpless look after studying the drawings. The media were waiting for their news outside the cordon. They had been preparing for a long time. Should they start the rescue? Just as Gafail and anti-terrorism experts were sweating profusely in the temporary command room, an explosion-proof car stopped in front of the temporary command room, and a man came in. After Gafail saw him, he frowned slightly. "You are. This is my business card," the man said distantly as he took the toolbox next to the map, leaving Gafail feeling bewildered. Soon, Maespa came in and explained. "This is a drone expert from Celestial Trade." Gafail frowned. "I said, I don't need those gadgets." "Then do you have a better plan?" The words made Gafail stop, he couldn't respond. Seeing the stubborn head of the National Anti-Terrorism Office speechless, Maespa continued, "The Prime Minister asked you to resolve the problem within 5 hours. There is still 1 hour left. If the terrorists execute the hostages, will you take responsibility?" Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and Gafail moved his stiff neck. He finally caved in and nodded. "Okay, let him try." When the drone expert of Celestial Trade arrived, he just glanced at the map and took a few photos. He then turned away from the command room and dragged the equipment out of the vehicle and prepared for work. Gafail watched him play with the equipment. He couldn't see anything intriguing about this, so he spoke up. "The noise of the drone will attract the attention of the terrorists. You are risking the life of 79 hostages. Our drone are noiseless," the drone expert said emotionlessly. Gafail stared at him as if he was staring at a monster. "The drone is noiseless? Are you kidding me?" However, just as he was about to say something, the drone expert quickly took action to shut him down. The drone terminal deployed on the road quickly opened the cover on the outer casing. A palm-sized drone flew out from inside and steadily hovered over the drone expert's hand. Unless it was extremely close, the noise was barely distinguishable. Instantly, he was deeply ashamed of his action. While they were all 4 rotor-wing drones, the embedded aluminum alloy fan blades of future heavy industries did not make loud audible noise like the drones available in the market. It was like an invisible hand holding the drone from below. The drone expert told Gafail with his actions the fascinating limit of technology. Locking his eyes on the drones, Gafail said with astonishment, uncertainty of the reality in front of him. "Where are you going to? Let these little guys in." Gafail immediately realized that the question he asked was plain stupid. Where? The central air conditioning vents. The maneuverability of this drone could go anywhere. The central air conditioning in the mall extend in all directions, and the drones could easily go in where people can't. Want to determine the location of the hostage? It is too easy. Sure enough, the drone expert also felt that the question was idiotic and did not answer. He took the tablet and uploaded the scanned map into it, then set the flight path of the drones along the central air conditioning duct. A dozen drones flew out of the terminal and rushed into the dark mall. After doing all this, the drone expert looked at the bewildered Gafael, and calmly said, "Tell your people to prepare themselves. It's time to get to work." It was a battle without suspense. 10 drones followed the central air conditioning duct and quickly arrived at the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors controlled by the terrorists. They identified the location of the hostages through the camera and ambushed above the head of the terrorists. The Malaysia counter-terrorism forces immediately formulated an execution plan based on the intelligence detected by the drone. They divided into 5 teams and attacked the weak parts of the building, and began their operations simultaneously. With the cooperation of the sudden attack by drones, more than 30 special forces rushed into the building with lightning speed, killing several terrorists and ended the battle in just 80 seconds. All 79 hostages were rescued, 8 of the terrorists were killed on the spot and the remaining 2 were captured. Yes, there were a total of 10 terrorists. The Malaysia police's information was incorrect. There were more than 9 terrorists. One of the terrorists disguised themselves as a tourist and stayed together with the other hostages with explosives in his jacket. If it was not for Beta 2 police drones' quick reaction in executing the terrorist attempting to detonate the explosives, this hostage rescue operation may have ended in failure. Thanks to the help of the Beta 2 drone, the hostage crisis was solved. Afterwards, the Prime Minister and King of Malaysia expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chen and Celestial Trade for their help. All the media that arrived at the scene also expressed their amazement at the police drones that contributed greatly in the hostages' rescue. The Nouveau York Times on the other side of the ocean even gave the drone a name of anti-terrorism Holy Grail. Gratitude was just gratitude after, if it were not for the benefits after, Jiang Chen was not be that bored to give out a helping hand. Sure enough, just after he and TNB negotiated the power export agreement and the construction of the submarine transmission cable, the Malaysian police chief came to see him, hoping to order a batch of Beta 2 drones. The total value of the order was over 20 million XND. The 20 million XND order was not a big order to future heavy industries, but it was definitely a good start. For a long time, this kind of police drone with the capability to carry light weapons was unable to penetrate into the foreign market. Compared to working with foreign companies, the police departments were more inclined to work with domestic equipment suppliers. This hostage incident undoubtedly brought good publicity for the Beta 2 drone. With the cooperation of Beta 2, the Malaysia Special Forces suffered no casualties and rescued all 79 hostages from terrorists equipped with sophisticated gears. Even among the cases of success story in counterterrorism operations around the world, this would be considered an impressive achievement. The countries plagued by terrorism would certainly be interested in the Beta 2 drones. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, on the lunar colony, more than a dozen vehicles were working around a football field-sized open space. The steel frame was being built, and the workers in spacesuits moved around the construction materials like kangaroos. They attached the frame together with a low-power metal jet welding torches. At the center of the site was a hexagonal platform. On a dark and sturdy outer shell were scaly drums. Each of the protrusions was about the size of a thumb and they were neatly arranged into a net that covered the entire hexagonal outer casing. The connection is normal. With a sigh of relief, Lu Fan raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He was not really sweating. It was just a habit he has whenever he solved a big problem. But this time, he touched a heavy helmet. Still processing his action, Lu Fan immediately smiled awkwardly and tossed the device into the toolbox, ready to return to the colony. It had been more than a week since he came here. The closer you are to the universe, the more minuscule you feel. After the initial craze, Lu Fan began to remember his life on Earth just as the director had said. The feeling of legs bound to the ground by gravity could only be felt in the gravity chamber. Passing through the buffer chamber, he hung his space suit at the door, pulled out his ID card and swept it on the scanner. Then, he took a can of coffee from the vending machine. In space, he still had to pay, but his salary was several times higher than on Earth, so there was no need to carefully budget. At the same time, a middle-aged man also passed through the buffer chamber and entered into the colony. After seeing Lu Fan, he said hello. How does it feel? It was okay, Lu Fan said casually. I felt like I went to Australia and became a kangaroo. The middle-aged man laughed and put the toolbox aside. Yes, we are all kangaroos. Speaking of which, have you been to Australia? The kangaroos there are really fun, I mean the ones in the zoo, the wild ones are not friendly at all. I haven't been there. Maybe I will go after my 3-month shift, Lu Fan squeezed his eyebrows, and learn from them about how to jump like kangaroos. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was his boss, He Biao, the head of the power department in the colony. Although he was the boss, there was no concept of bureaucracy here. The size of the colony now was around 500 people. Although new people joined in every once in a while, it was still a small place. The entire power department only had 20 people. These 20 electric engineers supported the entire colony's grid from the living quarter to the soilless room. The two packed up their things and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch. To keep a good schedule on the moon, it was important to keep track of time, so the sleeping-eating schedule could be maintained. In the cafeteria, Lu Fan ordered a plate of curry beef, and sat across from He Biao. He could just see the work site from the window from where he sat. Lu Fan frowned slightly and asked about something that bothered him. You said, what exactly is that thing? He Biao thought for a second and looked at him strangely. The thing outside? You don't know. Lu Fan shook his head. No one told me, is this confidential in the company? He Biao smiled and shook his head. It's not confidential, because it will be put into use soon. But some time ago, the relevant information about that was indeed classified as highly confidential. Lu Fan was even more curious. What exactly is it? A device that converts electrical energy into light energy, and then transports it hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. How is this possible? Lu Fan couldn't control his voice. Seeing other people in the cafeteria look in his direction, he quickly lowered his head and lowered his voice. He Biao looked at the astounded subordinate and grinned. Nothing is impossible. Although when I heard this for the first time, I was even more surprised than you. But after studying the entire drawings, you will not think that way. He turned his eyes to the window and said longingly. If the test runs smoothly, this will become the first gift from the moon to the earth. And our colony will no longer be burning through cash. After staying in Kuala Lumpur for 3 days, Jiang Chen returned to Coral Island on his Gulfstream G650 and began preparing for his next trip. Shortly after he returned, Celestial Trade sent a construction ship to the sea between Anj Island and New Malaysia Special District to begin construction work under the sea. It was much more troublesome to lay such a submarine transmission line than to build an overhead transmission line on land. However, for Celestial Trade that often engages in submarine engineering, it was not a big deal. The person in charge of the project assured Jiang Chen that the transmission line would be completed by the end of March at the latest. On the other side of the moon colony, the colonial director Tang Weijie also assured Jiang Chen through video calls to complete the laying of long-distance power transmission equipment by the end of February. From Celestial City, the device used to receive the laser was also under construction. Kelvin guaranteed Jiang Chen that by the middle of March at the latest, the whole country would be able to use the electricity generated by the Lunar Nuclear Fusion Power Station. Koro Nuclear Power Plant could finally be decommissioned, formed the historical stage after years of criticism. Jiang Chen spent almost the entirety of February on his plane. Following Malaysia's agreement to connect its domestic grid with the XIN, negotiations between Celestial Trade and Australia, India, Nippon, and South Korea were also in progress. As Jiang Chen expected, the electricity price of 1.2 cents USD per kilowatt-hour was impossible to refuse. Some people speculated that Celestial Trade used solar energy, while others also speculated that there were a large number of isotope of uranium and thorium on the Bennu asteroid, but no one thought of nuclear fusion. Because it was too difficult to achieve nuclear fusion, no material could withstand the tens of millions of degrees of reaction temperature required. The fabled cold fusion has even more demanding conditions to the point that was sounded more fictional. In fact, even in the 22nd century, there was no material that could withstand tens of millions of degrees of high temperature. If such a material did exist, flying into the sun would not be a problem. After all, the internal temperature of the sun was only around 20 million degrees Celsius. But in the not-too-distant future, a magical technology that confined particles into a certain space, while maintaining its own high temperature, while not making contact with other materials, was invented. Instead of a material container in the traditional sense, it was held by an invisible hand. It was the magnetic confinement technology. But even applying magnetic confinement technology, nuclear fusion power generation was still an almost impossible problem for most people. The device for constraining charged particles by magnetic confinement was born as early as the end of the 20th century. However, the use of magnetic confinement technology to constrain the uncharged helium-3 and deuterium involved particle science that couldn't be explained by present-day physics. All in all, the negotiations with Australia were quite successful. The Australian side promised to build the submarine transmission line, but insisted that the construction and maintenance of this line must be handed over to Australian companies. Jiang Chen readily accepted this proposal. If it was really handed to the offshore construction team of Celestial Trade, they wouldn't be able to manage all the projects. They could only postpone the construction period after the completion of the transmission line between Ange Island and New Malaysia Special District. Australia's annual power generation was almost twice that of Malaysia, close to 400 billion kilowatt-hours. Moreover, due to institutional reasons, the Australian side did not interfere in the negotiation with its own domestic companies like Malaysia did on the import amount. Australia's electricity was basically monopolised by two major companies. AGL, committed to the development of new energy source, offered a lucrative deal. The company signed a contract of 100 billion kilowatt-hours and obtained priority in the Australian market after Jiang Chen proposed the offer. This Southern Hemisphere market would generate more than $1 billion Australian dollars in revenue per year for Celestial Trade. As for India, the negotiations went even smoother. As an emerging economy with the world's fifth-largest power generation, India's annual electricity subsidy remained an astronomical figure. Just when negotiating with India, Jiang Chen learned the definition of honing. Both parties already agreed on the price, but they strangely couldn't finalize the deal. In the end, Jiang Chen simply gave the follow-up work to Future Bank's branch in India and then flew to Japan. There were still many things he must do, and there was no time to waste in one place. Europe, at the foot of the Alps, in a manor under the name of Rothschild, fruit farmers were working in front of rows of grapevines. The planting techniques they used were inherited from the traditional planting techniques mastered by the Medici family in the 14th century. The Rothschild family firmly believed that only the traditional planting techniques could produce the most authentic wine. The red wine that flowed out of this winery were wines comparable to gold, and were sought after by the entire upper class in Europe. Next to the vineyard, a man in a casual outfit was looking at the newspaper and sitting on a wooden chair made of rattan. Without a close examination, no one would know that the Jewish man was the uncrowned king of the underground forces in Europe. After the tragedy in Pilsner Synagogue, he integrated the power of Freemasonry and was indeed worthy of the title uncrowned king. Among the level 33 members, his seniority was the highest. He was not only the one controlling the Freemasonry, but the one who owned the wealth of the Rothschild family. However, at this moment, the young king had a melancholic expression. A Mercedes-Benz was parked at the door of the winery. It was Johnson that stepped out. He was Rothschild's private bodyguard and his most loyal subordinate. He has been following Carmen since he was picked up by Rothschild from the French Foreign Legion. He seemed to be one of the perpetrators behind the tragedy in Europe that shocked the world. Without turning his head, Carmen flipped to the next page and asked casually, "Did you take care of it?" Like a Cold War machine, Johnson responded. All of them have been taken care of. Just 2 hours ago, all the voices of opposition within the EU were annihilated. A curvature formed on Carmen's lips and he folded the newspaper. The butler who stood by his side was slightly surprised. It was the first time he saw his young master smile. Putting the newspaper aside, Carmen stood up and laughed. Where is our enemy? Did they notice? Johnson shook his head. Excellent. Looking towards the Alps not far away, the smile on Carmen's face became even brighter, just like the snow that had just melted in the Alps. I should get going soon.